Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing.
I cannot hear myself. Can you hear me?
I can hear Nick and I can hear myself.
Yeah. Must be some kind of damage or something. Alright, so we got a picture of top 16.
Okay. Okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Okay, yeah, I can hear that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
You can hear me? Yep, no problems. Actually, the noise cancellation seems like it's a little better. Like I can't hear anything other than
I just hear like a little bit of the hum.
the hum's still there.
Okay,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Mike. Welcome back, Summoners, to the Riftbound 10K Coastal Series here in Hampton, Virginia. We're at the Hampton Roads Convention Center just across the street from the Coliseum. It's been a fantastic weekend with lots of great action. I'm Josh Schneider. I'm joined by Messiah here at the desk, and we're getting set for the top cut. 128 players entered yesterday competing for their share of $10,000, and now we are down to just 16.
Yeah, top 16, beautiful picture here. Look at all of our players right here. Smiling faces. They know they're playing for that big cash prize today.
That is absolutely right. Taking a look at the standings coming into this top 16, we actually saw Quentin and Daryl yesterday actually face off against one another. I believe that was in round 7. Quentin was the last true undefeated, right? And Daryl was able to take him down, but then I think in the last round, Quentin was able to regain that top seed coming into the top cut with Daryl on the Detonate Draven right there in second. So Aurelia and Detonate Draven, the top 2 coming into the top 16.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a graphic here that has the breakdown for our day 2 legends.
There
Lots
you
of
go.
Draven.
Draven was the big story yesterday. Draven was undefeated on stream yesterday. We were unable to take down the Glorious Executioner yesterday on stream. Irelia right there in the mix. We saw a lot of Irelia on stream as well. 5-7, right? So Draven, the most represented. Irelia then in second with 5. We've got 2 copies of Lucian, 1 Victor, and 1 Kaisa.
Honestly, I'd like to say I'm surprised, but with how much Draven has just been tearing up the meta these days, this 7-5 split between Irelia, the most represented in a lot of tournaments, and the second most represented in the tournaments as well, is just not surprising at all. This is exactly what was expected. But the Victor, love to see that in the top as well. You know, that's a little bit of an unusual deck that we didn't normally see. Very similar play style to Kaisa here. But what I'm excited about are those 2 Lucians that made it to day 2.
Yes, that is absolutely right. I believe we had at least one of those Lucians on the feature table yesterday, and he was able to take down Irelia in a very tight 3-game set. So I believe that was Trevor Broken TCG that was on stream, and he was on a roll with the Lucian, I believe, only dropping 1 game. But our feature match here in the top 16 is going to be Michael, goes by Misha, and we have Matt. So Michael and Matt, we've got Lucian versus Kaisa. So one of the Lucians and one that's lone Kaisa, Daughter of the Void, going to show up here on stream.
Yeah, let's take a look at this deck list here. And Lucian, it's going to be a battle between consistent, efficient spell slinging and explosive equipment-driven aggression here. And we can see that aggression right here. Very standard list, in my opinion, but that Rengar is standing out to me. I've been seeing a cheeky little main deck Rengar in there at one-ofs in a couple tournaments here, and I absolutely love the surprise factor of that card.
It really is a surprise card, isn't it? It can really throw your opponents off guard because you can react on attack, right? You can go in, attack, and add Rengar to that battlefield that you're attacking. And he has Assault 2, so he comes in really swinging hard. So Rengar is very interesting indeed. One thing that stands out here to me, the Ferris Forerunner in the sideboard is going to be very important against Kaisa, right? The Ferris Forerunner, the Ruin Runner, both of those are so critical against these more control-oriented decks that have a ton of spells, a ton of removal. We're going to need every piece that we can, in my opinion, to try and overcome all that removal.
Agreed. Let's take a look at this Kaisa deck profile here. I think this is a little bit more standard. We've been seeing something similar to this. You know, we have the Ferris Forerunner in there. Like you said, it's being used in both of these decks. That's a big piece here. It has that persistence, right, where even if you kill it, it has that Death Knell trigger, creates those 2 mechs, and it kind of stays and has presence on the board here, and that's going to be incredibly important here. But something I haven't seen recently is that Legion Rearguard, and it has that acceleration. Maybe that's to get those initial points to make sure that point gap doesn't increase, right? But that sideboard as well, I love looking at that because it's a little bit different. We got that angled shot in there and an unchecked power. Unchecked power exhausts all friendly units, then deals 12 to all units at a battlefield. So that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out against this deck in particular.
There's a lot of pieces that can disrupt the gear on Lucian's side. We saw the 2 Rocket Barrage, right, that can kill gear. You saw the Thermo Beam in the sideboard there for Kaisa, as well as that Angle Shot, which can also interact with the gear as well. So there's a lot of gear interaction on the side of Kaisa, so we'll have to see how that plays into this particular match.
I'm excited for this one, Josh. Big Lucian fan here.
So game number 1, Michael versus Matt. Lucian and Kaisa. It's going to be the Void Gate battlefield of choice for Matt, which makes sense because we have a lot of spells that deal damage. So when we are targeting our opponent's units there at that battlefield, those spells are going to get that 1 bonus damage. So they'll be dealing 1 extra damage, which can be very important. And then for Michael, we've got Forge of the Fluffed, which is that nice ability that allows your legend to be able to activate and attach one of your units to attach one of your equipment to a unit you control, and that can be very good as well when you control that battlefield.
Yeah, I think rune management is big for Lucians when you have to attach so many equipments, you know?
Right.
So that's a really strong battlefield for Lucian players, and I think it's a great choice going first.
Absolutely. Bypasses that power cost of attaching the equipment. Matt going to be starting on the play here in game 1. We've got the Watchful Sentry coming out for Matt, and it's going to be a turn 1 Bone Shiver for Michael, getting that 3-cost equipment piece down, gives +2 might, and will allow Michael to start putting in some extra runes, channeling some extra runes when he conquers, as Matt's going to score the first point of this top 16 match, the Watchful Sentry moving into Forge of the Fluff, and let's just get our chosen champion out. Kaisa Survivor coming back to the base.
Yeah, I like that move here. Taking that Forge of the Fluff with your unit and then generating a Kaisa in the back, trying to potentially keep that Void Gate open going in there because you know that any damage that's going to go there is going to have that additional on it.
So now back over to Michael. Got the 1 gear piece established, and we are going to see an early sabotage. Taking a look at Matt's hand, Michael will choose a card here, and it will be recycled. We've got Singularity there. We've got the big Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, it looks like Piercing Light as well, just all the removal, you know, and that's incredibly scary to a Lucian player.
It really
you know
is.
When you generate your bodies, it can be taken care of quickly.
It can. Yeah, 3 different spells acting as removal pieces there. You've got the Hextech Ray also. So lots to choose from for Michael. We are going to recycle that Singularity.
Yeah, I think it's a great one to choose there. It's that 6 damage. It just gets over some of those threshold numbers that, you know, a Lucian with 1 equipment or something, you know?
That's absolutely right. Michael still has 4 runes to work with here. We are in a spot where we have been seeing these Lucian players get the chosen champion out pretty aggressively, and that is what we are going to see. So Lucian Merciless being played, and we are going to take advantage of the Weapon Master ability here, allowing one of the equipment to be equipped to Lucian. So the Bone Shiver now on Lucian. That's a 5 might unit.
Yeah, and as we were saying, I think that's exactly why that Singularity got pitched there, you know, or recycled by that sabotage.
Matt going to move in with Kaisa. Kaisa conquering at the Void Gate will draw a card off of Kaisa's ability. And also holding that Northern Battlefield. So Matt up to 3 quick points as we play another Watchful Sentry. So we have multiple units now on the board that are replacing itself with that Death Knell ability. You get to draw a card when the Watchful Sentry dies, and we're getting cards off of Kaisa too. So Matt has been doing a great job at establishing good card advantage so far in this match.
Yeah, Kaisa really thrives by reducing those costs of spells, allowing her to control the board and save those resources up. But the thing that it needs to do is continue to see those spells, right? So that draw power is incredibly important. And I think I took a peek and I saw Progress Day in Matt's hands as well. And I think that's going to continue to allow him to draw and potentially see those spells. And maybe he can out-remove that Lucian.
Progress Day is the card draw spell. Allows you to draw 4 cards as we are back on Michael's turn.
And there it is.
Okay.
One of the first pieces here of the combo, Trinity Force.
Trinity Force. When you hold, you score a point. But if we get that Skyfall of Arion, we've got the combo assembled, and Michael would be able to score an additional point when conquering as well. So Lucian Merciless moving into the Northern Battlefield, the Watchful Sentry taken out in combat. Matt will draw a card. We get the first point for Michael as Lucian readies and moves back. And now we're going to challenge here, so that challenge will be a strong play. This is very likely attempting to take out Kaisa, but we are going to retreat our Kaisa back to hand, so the challenge essentially just going to fizzle here. That would have allowed Lucian and Kaisa to deal damage to one another equal to their mights, which would have been a very successful trade for Michael, but instead Kaisa goes back to hand, and she can always be accelerated later.
Yeah, I like that play. Like that play a lot since Matt's at 3 already. Just throwing down another Kaisa, accelerating into a battlefield, potentially even gaining control of both here.
Matt halfway home here in game 1, up to 4 as we conquer the Void Gate with the Watchful Sentry. Matt been off to a great start. We know that one Singularity was already put back, so.
Yeah, I think right now we're still knowing that there's a Piercing Light in there as well as a Hextech Ray in Matt's hands.
Yeah, it does have some other removal options, going to throw down the Ferris Forerunner on the southern battlefield. So now we have 8 might, and if the Ferris Forerunner goes down, we know that we're going to get some mechs in the base. So great death knell triggers on that southern battlefield. And Matt says, look, let's just hold here at this southern battlefield. We're way up on point tempo. Should be 4-1 here, and we've got 10 power with the lecturing Yordle there now, and he has tank as well.
I think one of the things Michael's thinking about right now is that he wrote down all the cards that were in Matt's hand. He had the Hextech Ray and the Piercing Light. Piercing Light doesn't necessarily have to do 2 damage to an opponent's unit. It can be done to your own unit. So there is a way to repeat and potentially even take out this Lucian with that Hextech Ray.
That Lucian right now has a total of 7 might. Again, as you mentioned, we have one of the pieces in play. We have the Trinity Force. One combo piece has been assembled. Now we're going to play a Doran's Blade, so an additional piece of equipment coming out that gives +2 might. So this Lucian is very large now. We are up to 9 total might, but each of those equipment have assault thanks to the Lucian Legend ability. So that is an additional 3 might coming through on attack. So that is 12 might being represented here at the Void Gate, and that is going to be enough to clean up the Void Gate. All 3 of these units on Matt's side will be killed, but we draw a card, and we are going to create 2 mechs to base as Michael will score his second point.
Yeah, that score is going to allow that Lucian to restand, of course, potentially even just move right on out of there. Exactly the game plan that Michael wants and any Lucian player wants here. And that is a beefy Lucian.
I think beefy sums it up quite well. We're going to have Kaisa Survivor coming out for Michael as well. We are not accelerating. Michael keeps 1 rune ready as we set up here for a future turn with Kaisa and Lucian. Matt now has 2 mechs to work with in the base, so we still have 6 mights represented. One of the beautiful things about that Ferris Forerunner. 6 might, and it replaces itself with 6 might.
Absolutely. That persistence, right? Being able to continue to have something on the board is incredibly important in this deck.
Matt has done such a good job at establishing a very strong early lead. Both mech tokens are going to conquer a battlefield here. 2 more points for Matt. He is up to 6.
Ooh, I'm seeing a Rocket Barrage in Matt's hands here, too. That is one of those key cards you were talking about earlier in the deck list, and it can be repeated and potentially kill 2 gears.
That is absolutely right. You can kill a gear or deal 4 damage to a unit in a base. We are going to see the Rocket Barrage. It looks like we are not repeating here, using Kaisa to pay the power cost, and we are taking out the Trinity Force. What else does Matt have? Oh, another Kaisa. There it is. So Kaisa back out. The Trinity Force, the combo piece erased.
With 2 still left up, can be some combat tricks here as well. We know that Hextech Ray that we saw originally in that hand is still in there, can deal 3 damage to a unit.
Yes, it can. 6-2 in favor of Matt. Matt has just really been off to the races. All gas, no brakes here in the opening game of this top 16 feature match here at the 10K Coastal Series.
Yeah, unusual to see a Lucian, behind on points compared to a Kaisa. A Lucian's usually the one that's off to the races, getting those points very quickly, in and out, in and out. But, Matt doing a fantastic job, going up to 6v2 already.
That's right. Michael wants to be aggressive with these Lucian decks. I mean, I think Lucian, one of the better aggro-style decks in the format, and definitely not the spot that Michael finds himself in. Not optimal, as Lucian Merciless going to move into the northern battlefield. That is quite a bit of might there. Should be a total of 9 to the 3 for the mech. So Michael successfully conquering, readying up the Lucian.
Going up to 3 here. Something I do want to see Michael establish sometime here is that Ruin Runner, because that cannot really be interacted with the Kaisa players.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, that Ruin Runner in the main deck, so good into matchups like this. where a deck like Kaisa has so much targeted removal, Ruin Runner would be key, but at this point, it just doesn't appear that Matt has found it. He has not been able to establish one. We have plenty of runes. And it looks like we are going to take advantage of Forge of the Fluffed here. So Lucian has the ability to activate, and we can attach an equipment we control to a unit we control. So we are going to move, I believe that was the Bone Shiver, down to Kaisa. So now Kaisa has +2 might and the ability to channel that additional rune Exhausted when conquering.
You know, I actually really like that move of the Bone Shiver there. You have 2 runes up on Matt's side, and we know that Stupefy and Hextech Ray are cards that can be played as an action and reaction on your opponent's turn, so that would put Kaisa just out of the range of that combination of cards and killing it in that combat.
Yeah, that would be exactly what Matt needed to take it out, so that additional 2 might could prove to be of utmost importance for Michael. We move down into the southern battlefield. Kaisa Survivor with the Bone Shiver, trying to get some more value here out of Bone Shiver. Matt going to give up here on this combat as Kaisa conquers. We will channel 1 rune Exhausted. We will draw a card as well. And Michael closing the gap a little bit here in this opening game. It's 6-4 now.
Yeah, it looks like that Kaisa needed that additional might as well because it went into that Void Gate battlefield, and that Hextech Ray would have been hitting for 4, just enough to kill that Kaisa. So I think that was a very excellent move. Again, just reinforcing that point. We see that level of forward thought in these day 2 players, you know?
That's absolutely right. There is the Ruin Runner. We were just talking about it. Ruin Runner does pose a massive threat for Matt. We are going to challenge here. The challenge is going to allow one of these units on the back line for Michael to take out Kaisa Survivor on Matt's side. What a play. Matt's board is wiped, and all of a sudden, Michael has an extremely dangerous set of units in play.
Yeah, this is exactly what Michael wanted here. You still have your Lucian being able to get in and out, an uninteractable Ruin Runner, and a Kaisa buff to 6 might on a Void Gate. Very solid here. I think Matt needs to be able to remove at least the Kaisa and the Lucian, maybe something like a Singularity to, you know, continue to have that advantage here.
Singularity would be nice because 6 damage would be enough to take out either. We're going to start with Stupefy. So Stupefy is going to give, I believe that was Lucian getting -1 might, and Matt will draw a card. So that is a total of 4 might on Lucian right now. Matt lining up another player using Kaisa to generate that power. Now comes the Piercing Light. Piercing Light, I believe we are repeating it. So that is going to be 4 total damage to Lucian. Lucian is taken out. And because of the Void Gate, it's 3 damage each instance of the Piercing Light. Kaisa removed as well. This is exactly what Matt needed to clean up this board. That Piercing Light, he's been holding on to it for a while, and he found the perfect spot.
I agree. That was amazing there. And the Void Gate, that's exactly why we play Void Gate. It makes the numbers so much easier.
All the math in Kaisa's favor with that Void Gate. Here comes that Legion rear guard that we touched on a little bit at the start of the match. Not being accelerated here, but Matt does establish a couple cheap units. The Watchful Sentry alongside the rear guard.
Yeah, I think that decision to get rid of that Trinity Force was huge here. You know, keeping Michael from closing that gap even sooner, you know?
Definitely. Another thing to note, Matt has been well up on cards in this match so far. Something that we saw a lot yesterday, too, with Lucian is just there's not a lot of card draw. So there's a lot of times that you fall behind in card advantage, and Matt has had plenty of cards to work with, and ultimately that matters. So the Ruin Runner now getting the Bone Shiver put onto it. So the Ruin Runner definitely more of a threat. It's a 7 might.
Yeah, this is going to be a key turn here. You don't want to put that Ruin Runner in any unneeded danger. You know, once that card is off the board, now you only have interactable pieces on that board. It's also your last unit, so mismanaging that can cost you the game.
It could indeed. Ruin Runner needs to be the force that Michael uses to close this gap and take game one. He conquers Forge of the Fluffed, channeling the final rune there.
Looks like tapping 4. Is that a second Trinity Force? No, recycling 2.
What do we have in store? It's going to be his own Piercing Light. So the Piercing Light is going to deal a total of 2 damage in each instance to the Ruin Runner and 2 damage to each unit on Matt's backline. So once again, Michael has successfully wiped Matt's board. Matt did get another card off of that Death Knell trigger, but Michael has positioned himself favorably yet again.
And now that he's on that Forge of the Fluffed as well, he can attach that Doran's Blade potentially with just his Legend being tapped. Oh, and a first mate. That is exactly what we're talking about. Being able to manage that Ruin Runner, restand it, and get it out of that danger.
Do like this play. We'll bring Ruin Runner back to base. Thank you, first mate. As the first mate will attempt to hold at Forge of the Fluffed. Michael now, I believe, just 1 card remaining in hand. We are going to expend that card. It's another copy of First Mate. We ready up the Ruin Runner. It goes into Void Gate. We conquer, and just like that, it was 6-2. Michael on a 4-0 run. We're all tied up here in Game 1.
Man, that gap closure was huge here. And it looks like that Doran's Blade is being attached to that First Mate.
Going to make it a little bit more difficult for Matt to get through the first mate at Forge of the Fluff. So 5 might at the northern battlefield. We have 7 might at the southern battlefield. And at this point, I think there's one thing that you could still do, and you talked about Forge of the Fluff. So in theory, there's still one play that could be made here, right? We could move around an equipment piece, because Lucian does have that ability currently. But we just pass over to Matt, and now Matt has to answer some questions.
Yeah, I think Michael's saying, you know what? I have no cards in hand. If you got it, you got it. Let's see what you got here.
Matt has been the one presenting the questions up to this point, but now the question is asked of Matt himself. What do we have? Do we have a way?
This is a Watcher.
To dismantle, the thousand-tailed Watcher being accelerated. -3 might to each of Michael's units. We move into the southern battlefield. That's only 4 might for the Ruin Runner. The runner goes down. Up to 7 points goes Matt. A massive play. The thousand-tailed Watcher is just what Kaisa wants to try to close out this game.
Yeah, that was a big move there.
Matt still has some runes to work with.
Might finally be seeing that Hex Tech Ray coming down here. Oh, looking like 4, 5, 4. Oh, Piercing Light.
Oh, no, the Piercing Light is going to wipe Michael's board. Thank you, Thousand-Tailed Watcher, with that -3 might. It's enough to clear both. That is absolutely spectacular for Matt. What a response. We top deck for Michael. Is it anything that changes this outcome? Matt holds with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. It's game over.
I think we need to see a Kaisa. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly what we need to see here. It can be accelerated. What a top deck here. You attach all those equipments, and is it enough? It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 might on that Kaisa. Is it just enough?
It should be, right? It's just enough. It's 8-7. So the Thousand-Tailed Watcher goes down. Michael conquers up to 7. What a brilliant game we're witnessing here to open this top cut. And we've got another Doran's Blade because we drew a card off of Kaisa conquering, and Kaisa's massive now.
And it poses the question again towards Matt, right? Do you have enough to get rid of this beefed up Kaisa. I believe that's 4, 6, 8, 10. We'll need to do 10 damage on that Kaisa because if it holds, again, like you said, game over.
Back and forth, both players forcing answers out of their opponent. The Stupefy starts. Kaisa down to 9 might for the turn. Matt draws another card. Oh, we are using a lot of runes here, Messiah. It's a back-to-back thousand-tailed Watcher. Accelerated. It's -3 might to Kaisa. Kaisa goes down. Matt's going to draw a card here, and now it's going to go right back over to Michael. You've got to answer the Watcher a second straight turn.
Yeah, I think, man, similar situations here, but, you know, Matt has that hand advantage, you know. Right now, Michael is top decking, so it's harder to have the answers when you're looking at one card in hand.
Unbelievable stuff. What a game. We top deck again. This time it's not it. Fist bump is given. Matt goes up a game. Wow, that was fantastic because it was all Kaisa early.
Yeah,
right? It was all Kaisa. Matt had huge advantage and was able to turn it around. Whew, that was exciting.
What a game. That back and forth, right? And also that top deck Kaisa being the exact answer, being right above that Watcher. Huge. Love to see that kind of interaction there. But, you know, at the end, that Kaisa hand advantage, all that extra draw that they were getting in the beginning of the game, that's what it came down to. That's what mattered. He had the answers, had more answers.
I was talking to the players a little bit before the match, and Matt said his only loss yesterday was to Lucian.
Really?
His only loss was to Lucian, so he's on the right track here. We've got game one. He's trying to change his fortune here in the top cut, but that was exciting stuff. I believe we might go into the deck list here just to, again, talk about the sideboard a little bit. We look at Lucian. Again, you've got that Ferris Forerunner, which I think is something that could be critical in this matchup against Kaisa.
Absolutely agree. When that Kaisa removes, it's expecting to just completely move that unit away, not have to worry about it, but that Ferris Forerunner, Death Knell trigger, playing 2 3-might mechs. I mean, 3-might is nothing to laugh at either, you know?
No, it is absolutely not. So definitely the play here. I think that Ferris Forerunner very likely to see some action moving forward. We go back over to the Kaisa. This is Matt's deck. And again, you've got more gear interaction in the sideboard if you want to go that route. But how all in are we going on the gear hate? That's the question. We do have the Rocket Barrage already in the main deck, and that was used very effectively. So I guess the question would be, how much are we leaning towards the gear hate going into the rest of this match?
Yeah, I agree. It really just depends. You know, drawing, like we said, this deck draws so much that you might not need to put all 4 copies of that gear hate in there since you do already main those Rocket Barrages. Rocket Barrage has a little bit more of that utility where you can choose to deal 4 or kill the gear. But I guess we'll see here, you know?
That's absolutely right. Matt, local to this Hampton, Virginia area. And Michael, a long drive. Said it was about a 9-hour drive from the northern Kentucky area to compete in this 10K. So commitment from Michael here.
And we're talking about a 10K, right?
Yes,
that's quite the bit of money.
Love to see it. And it was another interesting piece for Michael. We talked about Draven being so good yesterday. Michael was undefeated against Draven. He was 3-0 against Draven yesterday and faced each of the different variants. So Michael has definitely been on a run, taking out these Dravens. Matt was able to defeat one Draven mid-range deck as well yesterday. And as we start with Obelisk of Power on both sides, Michael going first. He's got 2 extra runes. He's on 4. We see the Trinity Force established right away. And for Matt on the opening turn, let's go ahead and accelerate Kaisa out. We don't have any units to threaten us here. Kaisa's going to draw a card. Matt gets the first point.
Wow, already up to 6 runes here. Double Obelisk of Power. I really feel like that changes the game entirely. You know, these Battlefield, that mechanic of allowing it to change up the decisions you need to make, the lines that you need to play. This is just such a fun game to play, and all those changes, all those decision-making points, incredibly skillful.
I really love that play from Matt because The Kaisa having Accelerate is just huge. Out of the Chosen Champ zone, having Accelerate, you didn't see any threats on that back line. We felt really comfortable. Now we see Lucian come out for Michael, and we are going to equip it here with the Trinity Force, and now challenge coming down from Michael. That is big. So 5 total damage being dealt to Kaisa, 4 back over to Lucian. So Lucian will survive that interaction, and Matt's Chosen Champion falls.
With this many runes to work with so early as well, it makes it easier for Michael to just throw down all the gears or all the pieces that he needs to, get that combo piece together and start scoring numerous points per turn.
Lecturing Yordle coming out for Matt, getting the card draw back online here. The Lecturing Yordle replaces itself. Draws a card when you play it. Also has the tank. So we establish a couple units in the back line. Both have 2 might. The Plundering Poro joining here as well.
All right, tapping 3 here. Oh, and there's that second piece.
Uh-oh.
The Skyfall of Arion. It's being attached. This is what we were talking about. He still has runes up as well. There are some potential for combo and battle tricks here, just scoring 2 points right there, right out the gate.
The Sky Force combo assembled. Again, if you're unfamiliar with it, Trinity Force allows you to score an additional point when you hold. And Skyfall of Arion turns your hold effects into conquer effects and vice versa. So now when Lucian goes and conquers, you are scoring 2 points instead of 1. Lucian still readies, and you're able to move him back to base, protect Lucian with that combo assembled as Michael takes the lead here 2-1. And now back over to Matt. Was that Thermo Beam? I believe it was. Matt brings Thermo Beam out of the sideboard, immediately wiping the combo. Wow, what a turn of events.
It looks like he was all in on that, right? It looks like he brought the Thermo Beam in there.
Yes.
Paying off right off the bat there. Michael assembled all the pieces, them being completely wiped already. That is going to hurt.
Devastating blow for Michael. Matt is going to conquer the Southern Obelisk of Power, going up to 2, tying the game. We create that gold token thanks to the conquer effect of Plundering Poro. And now Lecturing Yordle going to the northern battlefield. Matt regaining the lead 3-2. And for Michael, that had to just be crushing to his spirit here, because that Thermo Beam, of course, coming out of the sideboard, you just had to hope and pray if you're Michael. I don't want to see that card, and we saw it early, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was incredibly unfortunate there, but, this deck does have 2 Skyfalls and 3 Trinity Forces, so there still is a shot of Michael assembling all those pieces again. It's just the draw that isn't there in the deck.
Oh, my goodness. We establish more threats for Matt, the Watchful Sentry. Now Falling Star coming down, attempting to wipe out that Lucian. That is going to be the play. So Lucian Merciless is killed here by the Falling Star, but Rengar coming out. So we do have a ready unit, at least at the start of Michael's turn, but it just really feels like right now the momentum is on Matt's side.
Yeah, that Thermo Beam was big. It really did just swing it in his favor completely. But Sabotage, a great card here. Going to be able to take a look at the hand and just get that hand knowledge. Hand knowledge is going to be incredibly important when you're playing around some of the answers. But, man, that is a Watcher, a Kaisa, a Hextech Ray, and it looks like Michael choosing to pitch the Hextech Ray.
Yeah, the Hextech Ray will be recycled. What a stacked hand in terms of units there. The Kaisa, the Watcher, and the Ferris Forerunner for Matt. So we have threats for days. Michael looking at what will be a ton of problems in the very near future. And importantly right now, again, because of that Thermo Beam, Michael has no equipment in play. There's nothing here to buff up these units. And that just feels suboptimal, to say the least, for Michael.
And Michael knows that he can't continue to let these Poros just hold on to these battlefields as well. But if you commit your only unit, Rengar, up there, that's a tough position to be in too. Looking at that hand had some of the biggest units that Kaisa deck plays. It had that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, Ferris Forerunner, and even an accelerated Kaisa. So it can just come in and just take out that Rengar.
Rengar is going to move into the southern battlefield, conquering there 3-3. The point total now, Plundering Ploro taken out as we play the Kaisa Survivor on Michael's side. Rengar, of course, so good on offense, has assault, but on defense, a little bit more susceptible with just the 3 might. Matt holds the northern battlefield up to 4. Now we'll see. We know he's got 3 great units in hand, but what does he find off the top here?
I think Matt has to think about some of the battle tricks that Michael has ready as well. He has 2 runes up, ready to react. He had quite a bit of interaction on his deck list, actually. You know, one of the things that we haven't seen yet is that longsword. It has quick draw there. That could be something that boosts a unit up as well.
Kaisa accelerated on Matt's side into the southern obelisk of power. Rengar is dealt with. Matt goes to 5 points. And once again, controlling both battlefields. The Watchful Sentry going to move to the southern battlefield here with Kaisa. So we are up to 5 might at the southern battlefield, which is just a bit more than what we are presenting with Kaisa on the back line for Michael. And again, cards becoming a bit of an issue here for Michael. We don't have a lot of cards to work with. We still don't have any equipment in play. And with no equipment in play, that Lucian Legend is just sitting there doing nothing, right? Because it gives each of your equipment assault, but right now it's not getting any value for Michael.
Yeah, we have not seen a whole lot of card draw on Michael's side either. It's usually that Kaisa. It conquers, gets those quick draws in the beginning when it conquers a battlefield, allowing you to see more of your options here, but not a whole lot of that. Once everything that was on the board got cleared, you're right, just in a tough position here.
Michael lining up what appears to be a pretty big play.
That'd be a Piercing Light repeated.
Okay, Piercing Light repeated. I like it. We are going to take the board here. Love this play. We are able to deal 2 twice to Kaisa, and we're able to pick the Lecturing Yordle at the battlefield on the other repeat cost, taking out the Watchful Sentry. So if there was anything that Michael needed, if we don't have the gear equipment, that's okay. We at least are able to answer the board and slow down some of this pressure that Matt has put on. Kaisa Survivor goes and conquers the northern obelisk of power. Michael goes up to 4 points. We draw an extra card. So once again, Michael trying to just scrap his way back into game 2.
Yeah, this may be a watcher turn here, maybe very simple here. Looking like contemplating tapping the legend on Kaisa's side, which means it will probably be some type of removal here. I think I took a little peek. I think we were seeing that rocket barrage, and like I said earlier, you know, you get to choose on that. Deal 4 to a unit or kill a gear, but that unit has to be at the base.
All right, Matt. Tons of options. We're going to use Kaisa. We are going to Piercing Light right back. Tit for tat. We go. Matt takes out Kaisa Survivor on Michael's side. Cleaning up the board. You love this spot because, again, if you're Matt, you're ahead right now. We have the point tempo and the Legion rearguard coming out with Accelerate. It's readied. And we are going to conquer that southern battlefield. Up to 6 goes Matt. Now, we saw in the first game, Matt get to 6 points, and all of a sudden, Michael stabilizes. He draws it back. He ties the game, and we had that crazy back-and-forth thousand-tailed watcher top deck into what we need for Michael. So let's see how this second story unfolds.
Yeah, 6 is the magic number here, Josh. If the Legion rearguard stays there and holds to 7, we know that watcher could go in and conquer the other battlefield.
All right, Bone Shiver is played. Now we have Lucian Merciless with the Relentless Pursuit. The Bone Shiver will be put onto Lucian, and we are going to move into the Northern Obelisk of Power with Relentless Pursuit. So we are readied. We score a point up to 5, and we are actually able to move back to base thanks to Relentless Pursuit without actually exhausting the Lucian. So now Lucian is able to go over to the southern battlefield and take out or attempt to take out this Legion rear guard.
Yeah, I think a little bit of confusion there. So Relentless Pursuit allows you to move a friendly unit. You can attach an equipment with the same controller to it. And that turn, that unit has, when I conquer, move me back to my base. So that doesn't require you to tap that unit. So it gets to move back and then conquer that other battlefield. And exactly as we said, it needed to take out that Legion rearguard.
Messiah, it's happened again. It's 6-6. Lucian in the back line. Matt's board is cleared, but we saw the Thousand-Tailed Watcher earlier. We know that's still looming. We saw Ferris Forerunner. There's lots of big threats for Matt, and he's drawn several cards since then. Could have found some removal. And keep in mind, Michael right now is tapped out. No runes ready to give him any energy.
Yeah, I think this might be a heavy removal turn here. Like I said, we were looking at that hand earlier. We saw a couple options. We saw a couple rocket barrages because that Lucian is in the base now. That might be an option. That might be the case here. We're looking like we're tapping 8 of repeated rocket barrage.
That would be superb for Matt. Repeat the rocket barrage. Love to see this. So now I guess you could do it one of two ways. You could deal a total of 8 damage to the Lucian, or you could kill the gear, then deal the 4 damage. So you essentially wipe out the gear and Lucian in that instance. So that is going to be the play. So we will kill the gear first, then we'll deal 4 damage on the repeat. And now Michael's board is wiped, but no units in play for Matt. So we keep a clean board going back over to Michael.
Looks like Michael has 2 cards here. It is starting to run out of gas just a little bit. Here comes down the Trinity Force. I think this is a opportunity for Matt to come back a little bit and establish a couple units here.
Trinity Force is great, but not when you don't have any units to go ahead and start working with it. Matt, tons of runes to work with here. Plenty of cards in hand. Game 2 of this Riftbound 10K Coastal Series. We're going to see the Thousand-Tailed Watcher accelerated, conquering the Southern Obelisk of Power. Up to 7 goes Matt. So now Michael once again has to find an answer to the Watcher right here, right now. He doesn't have it. Fist bump is given, and that is going to wrap up the top 16 match. Matt and Kaisa takes it 2-0 over Lucian.
Yeah, I think it just was about that card draw in the end, you know, and that thermal beam was so devastating, getting rid of all the pieces that you just assembled, and that really is the big win con of Lucian.
Thermo beam, definitely the headline of that game number 2 in the top 16 feature match. What a performance for Matt and Kaisa. And again, he was concerned about that matchup. He lost to Lucian yesterday. Going into that match, he's like, I'm not looking forward to this. But in the end, it turned out okay, and he's moving on to the top 8.
I love a redemption story, Josh.
That is absolutely right. Well, that's going to wrap up the top 16 match here at the Hampton Roads Convention Center for the Riftbound 10K Coastal Series. It's been a lot of fun. We're going to be right back for some more action. The top 8 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Well, Summoners, welcome back to the Riftbound 10K Coastal Series here in Hampton, Virginia. I'm Josh Schneider. Alongside me is Eggman here at the desk, and we are set to bring you some top 8 action from this 10K. We just saw Kaisa knock out Lucian on the feature table, and now we're going to see Kaisa yet again, this time taking on Irelia.
For sure, yeah, definitely riding the gauntlet with it. You know, Kaisa was one of the best decks, if not the best deck in the Origins meta, where in the Spirit Forge meta, where it's trying to compete with a lot of these Chaos decks here, and Irelia, another nasty matchup for it. So again, we've got Matt on the right with the Kaisa and Quinton on the left with the Irelia.
That is absolutely right. Again, Matt, pretty local here to Hampton, Virginia. Quinton coming in from Richmond for this tournament this weekend. Quinton had a great run at the large cash event at SCGCon Richmond, finished in the top 32. So now on another great run at a big cash event. Looks like Sunken Temple going to be the choice for battlefields here for Quinton, and Void Gate for Matt seems to be the go-to for Matt in game one as we take a look at the Irelia list.
Yeah, for sure. Nothing, I think, too crazy, right? I think there's a bit of decision of the, sneaky deckhand. We have seen the Heart of Dark Ice be really impactful in the matches we've seen on stream today. So I think all those are great additions. We've seen the Adaptatron in the sideboard come into the main against the matchups that matter. I'm not sure if this is one of those. And then also the Vex, which is great for anything with kind of some, battle action, which, Kaisa does have some of these action spells too.
Yeah, the Vex could be interesting here in this matchup. We'll see if Quinton leans that way going into games 2 and 3. As we take a look at Matt's list, the first thing that stands out to me here in this particular matchup is, of course, Kaisa has a lot of removal spells, and that gets a little bit tricky when we have things like Irelia Fervent with the Deflect and all of that equipment.
Yeah, but that really just brings Kaisa down to the level of everyone else, right? We get so many, free spells when it comes to power recycling, right? It's also interesting to see the Rocket Barrage in the main, right? I definitely see that more of a side deck card too. So honestly, Kaisa has a lot of tools to use, and I think that it's going to be an interesting matchup with Irelia.
We saw the Rocket Barrage play a really big role in the last game against Lucian, and Irelia certainly has plenty of gear as well. So we'll see if that Rocket Barrage proves to be quite useful once again for Matt. Matt was coming into this top 16. It was his first ever big competitive event. Said this is the best run that he's ever been on in any TCG. So you love to see these newer stories of players that are coming in, really getting a taste for the competitive scene. And Matt has been on a fantastic run, 7-2 overall. Quinton at 7-1-1 coming into this top 8. Here we go.
Yeah, so again, this is game 1, so they both have 0 match points there. And, we've got Sunken Temple, again, on the top. We've got the Void Gate on the left. I mean, if you're the Master of the Void, or Daughter of the Void, right, you're probably going to bring the Void with you, right?
That is absolutely right. That Void Gate, so good in Kaisa, regardless of going first or second, because that additional bonus damage that it's going to deal to any enemy units there with those spells that Kaisa runs is so critical. Another thing that played a key role in Matt carrying out victory in the top 16. So here we go. Quinton, the higher seed, he will be playing first. No turn 1 play for Quinton as we pass over to Matt. And Matt going to kick things out with the Lecturing Yordle. Will draw a card, and we'll get a unit in play on turn 1.
Yeah, pretty standard card for the card draw right now. The tank doesn't usually make a big difference, but sometimes it does. And we're going to have to see if Quinton does have the Stellacorn on 4.
Yeah, no early play. Looks like we are going to bring out the Boots of Swiftness. So no units so far for Quinton, but we are establishing the pieces, and we know how good the boots can be. We saw it used effectively a lot on stream yesterday.
For sure. And I think we would prefer to having a Guardian Angel or, an Hourglass, right? Both those giving you the protection, right? We're not afraid of Kaisa does have a lot of power for that removal, so you'd have to be careful with the protection there.
Matt moving down to the southern battlefield with the Yordle will score the first point of the game here in the quarterfinals. And we are just going to go ahead and bring out our chosen champion. So Kaisa Survivor will join here. We are not accelerating her.
right? Thinking on that 6, I mean, at any point now, we could see the Aurelia leave the champion zone, enter the base as well. We also have the setup with the boots, right? So we can keep it active, but, you know, you do have to be really careful about what kind of removal Kai'Sa has, and we do have the Stellacorn instead.
All right, so that Stellacorn herder, the engine that Quentin loves to see that just gives and gives and gives. Plenty of cards is what Stellacorn Herder brings. Every time it moves, you draw a card. So we will go ahead and equip the Boots of Swiftness to it, go into the northern battlefield, and we will conquer there.
Yeah, just assuming that they do. Yes, that does seem the case. We do get the 1. They also shorthanded it a little bit, so it's recycle to tap the legend to be able to keep it active and move it. So we're at the 1. We drew off the Sunken Temple, and we're passing it back to Matt.
The Irelia legend just so good at being able to ready up those units the turn they come into play, so we can see that effectiveness right out of the gate here in Game 1. Matt up to 2 points, holding with the Yordle. Now let's see. Of course, as good as Stellacorn Herder is, this is a unit that Matt would rather deal with versus the Irelia Fervent that has Deflect. So it's a little bit easier for Matt to target this Herder.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not at the Void Gate, right? It would be a little bit easier to remove if that was the case here. But, yeah, I think the removal will be somewhat easy to do. And, yeah, we're just going to use the Singularity 1 time, I'm assuming, to get rid of the Stellacorn there.
There we go. Stellacorn Herder obliterated here. The boots back to the base. Kai'Sa Survivor moving in, conquering at the Sunken Temple. We draw a card. We go to 3. And Matt with a good tempo-oriented start. We're ahead on points. We have the board. But as you mentioned, that Irelia Fervent just continues to wait.
Yeah, I mean, we ended up just using the same amount of runes that we earned that last turn, so we're still at 6. You know, we're a little bit afraid. I mean, once you start using the Aurelia, right, I think you're losing runes almost every turn, right? So looks like we're playing 4 for another Stellacorn. I mean, if we want to do it again, we can do it again, and looks like Quentin agrees. So we are going to equip the boots. We're going to attach it to the Stellacorn, get it activated, and we're actually going to challenge the Kai'Sa at the Sunken Temple.
And Matt says, I am going to play retreat, and the Defy is going to stop the retreat as Matt is unsuccessful to bounce that Kai'Sa back. And the Defy just says, no, Stellacorn Herder conquers the Sunken Temple yet again as Quentin goes up to 2. But as you mentioned, we are really power hungry here. We're using 2 power a turn, that 1 power to equip the boots onto the Stellacorn Herder, and then 1 power being spent off of the Irelia Blade Dancer legend ability when the Stellacorn Herder is chosen. So lots of power being spent, plus the power from the Defy. So really, really churning through that power and deramping quite aggressively here.
Yeah, and Quentin sitting down for a second thinking, all right, should I get the draw off the Sunken Temple? Like, what's the play? How do I get punished, right? The rune difference is huge, right? We're down to 3 as Quentin. Matt has, I believe, 8 runes right now. So that difference makes a big, hurdle for Quentin to try to jump over.
Matt holding up to 4. 4-2 now. Like you said, just such a big difference. We're going to see some big plays coming from Matt, I'm sure. Lecturing Yordle to start as we draw another card. So the first Lecturing Yordle has been quite the point giver to Matt here in this opening game. Now we're going to take advantage of Kai'Sa to generate that power, and now comes the Rocket Barrage. The Rocket Barrage is going to attempt to take out the Boots of Swiftness. Matt says, I've had enough of the boots, and the boots are no more.
Yeah, and there was a decision there. You could also, I guess, if you had like another reduction, right, you couldn't get rid of the Stellacorn because it still had the boost buff. So, if we had a Stupefy or something, we could get rid of the Stellacorn instead. But I think getting rid of the boots is still a really solid play. It's been getting a lot of value already.
Now Quentin going back up to 5 runes. So the question is, at what point are we going to be able to bring Irelia Fervent out, or is Quentin just going to continue to ride the Stellacorn Herder train? It's giving him cards right now, and it's kind of been an all-in on Stellacorn the last couple turns.
Yeah, and also what's kind of terrifying too is, Matt has that barrage in the main deck, right? The fact that you already have gear removal in the main has already, caused some issues here. So, And now we have to decide, how can we even, establish the Guardian Angel and keep it around, right? But it looks like we're actually going to ride the wind over to the other battlefield for, getting the draw from the movement as well and keeping it active.
Okay. 3-2 the might total at that southern battlefield between the Yordle and the Stellarcorn Herder. And I believe that was Stupefy. Yeah, so Stupefy will even out the numbers here. That would give -1 might to the Herder, but Unguard is going to change that quickly, +2 might in total to the Herder.
Yeah. Additionally, too, if we were playing the Ride the Wind, we kind of lost out on a single card draw, right? Because we could have moved back the Stellarcorn, pushed it back active, and then moved it back again. So one little tiny difference there. But we do have enough to play out the Guardian Angel. I think the card we've been really looking for to make our Aurelia feel a little bit safer against all the removal that Kai'Sa has in its toolbox.
So Quentin able to tie the game up to 4 points here. Drawing some extra cards off of the Herder. Guardian Angel, as you mentioned, an important establishment for Quentin. Matt, so many runes to work with here. Quentin has no ready runes. So if Matt can get that Stellarcorn Herder while the shields are down, this is the time to do it. We're going to see a big play from Matt. It's going to be the Rocket Barrage repeated. That's going to take out the Guardian Angel and the Stellarcorn Herder in one fell swoop. A massive tempo swing. Matt moves into Sunken Temple, goes to 5, and now Matt in control of game 1.
Yeah, that is a huge removal option here. Just really perfectly statted for that, right? I mean, at some point you could have attached the GA, I suppose, but that wouldn't have even saved the Stellarcorn, right?
Yeah, it's a great point because the Rocket Barrage could take out the Guardian Angel first and then do the 4 damage to the Herder. So what a line from Matt. 2 Rocket Barrage in the main deck. We found both of them already. That card has been so clutch for Matt here in the top cut of this 10K Coastal Series. Back over to Quentin. We are going to play the sneaky deckhand onto the open Void Gate. So Quentin will go up to 5 points, tying things up here, and we play a second copy of Boots. But Irelia still yet to see the board. Lecturing Yordle will hold, not herd. The Herder's off the board.
Yeah.
That's going to hold up to 6 here. But to be fair, the Lecturing Yordles have herded quite the bit of points here.
They have.
For Matt in this game.
Yeah, they've really just kept the battlefields, occupied. We've got 6 points already as well, so just another turn here, and we do have another Kai'Sa, and that's going to be attacking into the sneaky deckhand.
Accelerate Kai'Sa Survivor, yes please. Matt going into the southern battlefield, that is cleaned up. We conquer up to 7 points. We draw another card. No units in play for Quentin. We have the boots though, so at least we have an equipment in play that can help us ready a unit next turn if we need to.
Yeah, and with the boots itself, it does let us potentially get our Aurelia to both battlefields, right? We do have to have a certain amount of cards in hand to facilitate that, but it gives you an option right now to at least clear both battlefields.
And that is going to be what Quentin is forced to do here. Matt at 7 points, threatening to win with a hold. And look at this. Matt's going to throw down Progress Day. Let's draw more cards. That is a stack of cards in Matt's hand. So even if Quentin can find an answer, it's going to be tough to deal with all the resources that Matt will have available.
Yeah, it's a little greedy, right? It means that, Quentin will feel very safe. He knows exactly what numbers he has to go over to get both battlefields, but it just means that I think, Matt's going to feel very confident next turn to try to just clear it out or, make sure that you can answer anything that Aurelia can do.
Maybe a little late, but Aurelia Fervent has been played, and Quentin will have 3 more ready runes to work with following the chosen champion.
Yeah, so we can equip the boots. We can use the legend ability to activate the Aurelia. We can conquer one of the battlefields. Then we get to pay 1 to ready our Aurelia, target it again with something, and then we can move it 1 more time.
We will need to do just that. What is the first play for Quentin? We are going to go ahead and play Ride the Wind here. So Ride the Wind is going to move Irelia into the southern battlefield. And I believe it should be ready here.
It should be ready, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because it didn't, it should be ready.
Okay, so taking out Kaisa, we're up to 6 points for Quentin, and now with it being ready, we're able to attach the boots, gank over to the Sunken Temple, take out the Lecturing Yordle, and just like that, Quentin is able to tie this game 7 points apiece, and that Irelia will be at 6 might on Matt's turn.
Yeah, and we've got 1 rune opening. Definitely thinking about using the Sunken Temple effect if we can afford to draw 1. Looks like the answer is no. We're going to hide something here. This could be either a Zonya's Hourglass or a Fighter Flight. If they try to just do something like a giant Thousand Tail, you can just push it back, and Irelia could hold the point to 8 right there.
Yeah. Now Quentin asks the question, can you take Irelia off of this battlefield? Matt has all the cards, but you did make a good point. Was the Progress Day just a little too greedy? Does Matt have a way to answer here? The Thousand-Tailed Watcher will come out accelerated. We move in to the Sunken Temple with 1 ready rune on Quentin's side. And that hidden card, what is it for Quentin?
Yeah, so currently the -3 is activated, so we are only at, I believe, 3 might right now to the 7 for the Thousand-Tail Watcher. So if we had like the Blade Dance, we wouldn't be able to, we'd have to tie with it too. So that's also kind of tricky.
Quentin thinking this one through here. It's not a quick play, so maybe telling me that there's not a Fighter Flight there, because I think that'd probably be a pretty quick push back the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Could be a Hourglass. No, it
is
the
a Fighter Flight.
Flight.
Okay,
yeah.
so Quentin just thinking it through here, taking a little extra time. These Top Cut matches are untimed, so now we are deciding, do we push back the Watcher or do we push back our own Irelia? And it looks like Quentin is just going to bring back the Irelia.
We do also get the additional might because we did choose the Irelia there, so we're currently at 4 might, which might get us out of a removal option here. Looks like we're going to pay 3 and a 1.
We got to conquer. We got to draw a card. Oh, it's the Legion Rearguard. Accelerated. Oh, no. Quentin only has 1 ready rune. I don't think he can stop it, and that is going to wrap up the game. Absolutely brutal. So in hindsight, we needed to Fighter Flight the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Yeah, it looked like at least to have a chance there, but there's just so many things you have to play against, right? Especially when they have so many runes open. So I don't think it was a bad choice. I think it was like, you know what, I'm going to push it back. I'm going to choose my own card to get that extra might to maybe play around some extra removal. But that rear guard just got the game by itself.
And that is something that we were looking at in the top 16 match that Messiah pointed out right away. The Legion Rearguard hasn't been super common in the Kaisa list, so this is a great include. And look at this, it wraps up the game here in game 1 of the top 8. So great stuff, as I think we are going to pull up the decks one more time just to kind of look at the sideboards again and see what we might need to change.
For sure. So I think Adaptatron's probably out. I don't think there's a lot of going on there, but I do expect maybe the Vex, right? Defy and also Windwall are great choices to just prevent those kind of, big spells that Kaisa's kind of known for. Rebuke's also not a bad choice either, being able to just give the Thousand-Tail Watcher back to their hand or something like that. I think there's just a good choices there.
Absolutely. Now we move over to Matt's deck, the Kaisa, and one card that immediately stands out in the sideboard, we do have the Thermo Beam. And this was brought in against Lucian, and it absolutely blew out his opponent in that game too. So the Rocket Barrages, of course, important. Those were played masterfully in that first game, but maybe the Thermo Beam could be used as well.
Yeah, and I think the other card is the Bryn. That being able to just prevent any trickiness that Irelia has on defense, turns off your unguards, your disciplines, your signature spell. All those could be, big hits for the deck there. So I think those are, some good choices for our for Matt, our Kaisa player here. We're going to game 2. It's the double obelisk, one of my favorite kind of game ones. Just starting off with 5 runes if you go second is insane.
It really is. So all the runes to start this game 2 for both Matt and Quentin. Matt up 1-0 here in the quarterfinals of this Riftbound 10K Coastal Series in Hampton, Virginia, put on by the Booster Box. If you've not been in the area, if you ever are in the Virginia Beach area, make sure to check out the Booster Box trading card game store. They've got all your TCG needs, and they're putting on several of these Coastal Series coming up in the near future as well.
For sure. And, we've got a lot of interesting plays that can happen. We've got double obelisk, right? Turn 1 Accelerate Kaisa is in your toolbox, which is, a little funny when you think about it. We got the sneaky deckhand just getting us our first point there for Quinten. And, already starting off to the races. 5 runes to start with for Matt.
Yeah, Quinten trying to score some early points, but that Kaisa Survivor with Accelerate and the 5 runes is just so scary. We saw this from Matt in the top 16 as well. We had a double obelisk game, and Matt said, look, I'm just going to accelerate my Kaisa. Now, we don't see it here, but nevertheless, we are going to at least develop the Kaisa on the back line.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. If we want to, we could be a little bit aggressive with it, but I think we want our runes. I mean, technically, we could just drop 1,000 to a Watcher next turn without Accelerate. So
yeah.
I think that's a little reserved, but it's understood. And you really want to try to protect your Kaisas as well, just so you're able to try to get some extra card draws in this matchup.
Matt was really respecting that 1 ready rune.
Yes.
Because, of course, Kaisa 4 might to 2 might on the sneaky, but that 1 rune could represent so much in this Irelia deck. And Matt says, no, thank you. We're not going to push it. As sneaky deckhand holds to 2. Quinten taking the lead 2-0 as we develop a Guardian Angel a lot earlier here in game 2.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the Thermo Beam. He did side that Thermo Beam in yet again.
Now, this isn't like the best trade for it, right? You're spending, recycling a couple runes and spending 5 to get rid of a single Guardian Angel. But if you're able to Thermo Beam when they're, expecting to be saved by the Guardian Angel, I think that's where it makes the most impact.
Absolutely. Matt going to effectively conquer the Southern Obelisk of Power with Kaisa Survivor. 2-1 the score as Matt draws another card. And we are going to put down a Watchful Sentry and a Plundering Poro here. So just really developing that back line. Going to keep some runes available, it looks like. Did see the Thousand-Tailed Watcher in hand. You mentioned that, so that could be a very live play in the very near future. Once again, Matt, seeing those ready runes. What do you have, Quinten?
It looks like a Falling Star. A little bit of overkill for that sneaky deckhand, but also Falling Star against Aurelia is incredibly costly. So, you know what, let's just play the card. When it's cheap, get rid of 1 unit, even though you could justify more. I think we're going to get a lot more draw with our Kaisa compared to a start where Quinten just didn't have a Stellacorn so far.
Matt just wants to maintain his good position on the board. Aurelia Fervent coming out much sooner in game 2 for Quinten. With that Guardian Angel around, we are going to attach the Guardian Angel to Aurelia. Ready Aurelia with the Legend ability, paying that power. And now we're going to go into the Southern Obelisk, and we will conquer Kaisa Survivor killed in combat as Quinten will go up to 3 points. And it looks like we are just going to pass with Aurelia there at the Southern Obelisk. With 3 ready runes, though, for Quinten, so could have plenty of reaction.
Yep, and again, we do have the copy of the Thermo Beam, right? I think we just drew into the Thunder Song as well, which is very tempting if we had anything of like value to pressure this Aurelia, right? But without that, we do have to, try to set up a board or make sure that we have enough runes open for a slightly stronger play. So it looks like we are just going to try to conquer the Northern Obelisk. That would let us get a Plunder there.
Good old Plundering Poro giving us some gold. Always love to see it. Watchful Sentry moves in as well, so we have a couple units at that Northern Obelisk of Power. Now, Stupefy going to be the play, and it looks like Matt just going to target one of his own units. We just want to draw that card, it looks like.
Another Poro coming out. We've got 5 runes to work with, and we're just going to be passing.
Throwing out the Poro Pirates pretty early here in this game number 2. Aurelia will hold up to 4 for Quinten. And, of course, Aurelia gets +1 might whenever she's chosen, whenever you choose her, or she's readied. So readying for turn, gives that additional bonus might. And now the boots of swiftness go on as well. So Irelia getting larger and larger, +3, +5 in total. That's a 9 might Irelia moving over to the northern battlefield. That will clean up the 2 cheap units. The Death Knell trigger, Matt will draw a card, but Quentin able to conquer and score another point.
Yep, and yeah, I think the boosts of swiftness have gone from like, oh, maybe a good tech add to honestly just a almost mandatory 3-of for this deck. Just being able to give your Irelia the ganking is huge, being able to like move over and then still likely be able to move it back safe to your base. Huge kind of card for this deck now.
Big point tempo right now for Quentin. He's up 5-2. Matt is going to cut into the lead just a little bit. Plundering Poro goes plundering yet again. We get another gold token as the Southern Obelisk is conquered. Matt still has plenty of runes to work with, but we know that Quentin, with all those ready runes, we are ready to protect Irelia at all costs as we play the Lecturing Yordle to draw another card.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of drawing, but and continue to do a lot of drawing, but we got to be careful that our cards have some substance, right? And honestly, this might have been the turn to play Thermo Beam instead of get that extra draw. I think that there's enough value off the GA and the okay, well, never mind. I mean, this still gives us a little bit of value here. So we're just going to use the Rocket Barrage instead, and there is the not so fast.
That is going to counter the Rocket Barrage, and Matt expended all of his available runes to make that play. So the not so fast, that means that all of those gear will stay on Irelia as Quentin holds up to 6, able to gank down to the southern battlefield, taking out the Poro up to 7. And now Irelia is going to be very tough to deal with. We're going to throw Draven Audacious as
charm.
well, moving the units over. Matt says, I have seen enough, because that is going to wrap up the game. What a game for Quentin there. And we're going to see a game 3.
Yeah, I love that Draven Audacious combo with the charm there. It just got you that extra point when you needed it. There was a choice from instead of playing the Rocket Barrage, we could have played the Thermo Beam, which I think that was probably the most value we could have gotten from the game without like losing a lot of tempo. So could have prevented the gank over with the Boots of Swiftness removed. I don't think there's really anything outside of like a wind wall that would have prevented it from happening. So a little bit unfortunate that the Rocket Barrage did get the counter there, but honestly, super close game and happy for a game 3.
Oh, absolutely. We only had 2 games last round. Matt swiftly defeated that Lucian deck, so now we are going to get a game 3. That was really top stuff from both of those players. We talked about the Thermo Beam. It was there. Now let's see in game 3 if it actually gets played.
For sure. Yeah. So, and I think one of the big things for this too was that, when we lost the Kaisa, we really lost like one of our, bigger units in the deck, right? We had so much card draw, but without having anything of substance on the board. That's where Irelia is like, cool, I'm just going to eat up all your weenies. I'm going to be able to go through both battlefields, get a lot of points very quickly. And it's just going to be really hard to interact, despite we also had like the protections from Defies, Not So Fast, and cards like that.
Yeah, the good old classic counters that this green Irelia deck, the Calm runes bring us, right? Or the Calm Domain brings us. And it's just, you talked about the charm there. Charm is that classic like removal piece a lot of times.
Yes.
Right? But in this case with Draven, it's just so crazy being able to get that extra point when you need it, right?
Yeah, I love that combo. It's one of my favorite combos in the game right now. So I think that's that extra point that your opponent wasn't expecting can win you a lot of games. So we are going to go to game number 3. We've got a battlefield of Reaver's Row and the Dreaming Tree for Kaisa there. So going to be able to get some good draw and being able to push back.
All right. So Matt starting things out on the play here in the deciding game 3. It's a Watchful Sentry. Back over to Quentin here.
Also, it might have been reversed. It might be that Irelia has the Dreaming Tree and Reaver's Row is to the Kaisa. Regardless, those are the 2 battlefields.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think in general, Irelia could probably make more use of that Dreaming Tree.
For sure.
And Matt is going to move into the Dreaming Tree.
Okay, but yeah, well,
there we're gonna
Kaisa's still going to get some value of it regardless. So
absolutely. Scoring the first point is Matt, and that Stupefy allowing us to draw one card, and then because we used it at the Dreaming Tree on our own unit, we draw 2 cards there, and then the Lecturing Yordle comes down as well. So Matt drawing lots of cards to start here in Game 3 as we go back over to Quentin.
Yeah. And we just offered so much card draw, right? So, like, the Stupefy drew us 2, Yordle drew us 1. Like, there's such a big deficit already. And, Quentin's thinking here, I mean, again, at any point we could be playing the Aurelia out, but, I would easily Falling Star, take the deflect cost twice just to remove your big boss monster, right?
Yes. Have to take out Irelia if possible. The win percentage of this deck drops dramatically if you're able to do that. Quentin really thinking this one through here. Been quite the tournament so far. Again, started with 128 players, down to just 8. These players competing for their share of $10,000. Quite the prize pool here. Deciding Game 3 of the quarterfinals. Delacorn Herder is the play for Quentin.
Yep, so step 1, we play it out. Now step 2, do we put boots on it? Do we, recycle 2? It looks like we're going to at least recycle 1 for, attaching the boots. But we could decide, you know what, I'm not going to move it this turn. Also, with Reaver's Row, Settlercorn gets a lot of extra value because there's a lot of movement associated with that too. So looks like just trying to keep it alive and then maybe, meeting in the middle where we're not recycling as many runes this turn.
Back over to Matt. Just 1 ready rune for Quentin. Matt would love to answer that Herder if possible. We'll see how Matt navigates this turn. He was able to hold up to 2 with the Watchful Sentry at the Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, the other thing is that, 5 might is, such a weird spot for Matt to try to remove. We'd have to have a good combination of cards. We already saw that 1 Stupefy was used earlier. You could Falling Star, but then you get hit by an Unguard and go to 7. So,
right.
A lot of different interaction possibilities.
Kaisa Survivor going to come out, and we are accelerating Kaisa, paying that extra cost here, the extra energy and the power. Kaisa moves into Reaver's Row. We conquer up to 3 points. We draw an extra card, something that Matt has been doing quite frequently here in this match.
Yeah, and we have 1 open. I think they were eyeing a Stupefy, thinking, all right, do I want to draw 2 more on the Watchful there? But also, Reaver's Row being able to protect your Kaisa is going to be huge. And it looks like we're going to start off with going over to the Dreaming Tree for the Stellacorn.
Get the movements active here. Get those card draws rolling in for Quentin. Stupefy going to bring us some extra cards there. The combat.
Drawing 3 this turn.
That's
not
so good.
This Kaisa player is trying to be Draven.
Right. It's 1 card off of Stupefy, 1 off the Dreaming Tree trigger, 1 off the Death Knell trigger as Quentin scores his first point. Unguard is going to boost up the Stellacorn Herder by a couple might here, and the Irelia Legend ability is used. So we pay the power cost here. We exhaust the Legend, and now we have a ready Stellacorn Herder that has +2 might. We have the boots. We gank over to the southern battlefield, and Kaisa Survivor will just bounce back thanks to the Reaver's Row. When you defend there, you're able to move one of your units back to base. But it is a second point for Quentin nonetheless.
Yep, and again, we got to be careful because if we don't get rid of the Stellacorn before combat, they can just do the same thing, move it back, but they get a draw from it from the Stellacorn moving.
Yeah, there's a lot of upside in this particular situation for Quentin as we play a second copy of Boots of Swiftness. So the boots could be waiting there for Irelia in the future. We're going to pass back over to Matt. The point gap has closed, and that Stellacorn Herder quite the issue right now for Matt.
Sorry, I'm just so distracted by the 12 cards or so in Matt's hand right now. What a grip there.
Yeah, the stack of cards in hand been crazy so far this game. Kaisa Survivor going to go and conquer the Dreaming Tree. That is what we're going to hope. Wait a second. We're going to fight or flight the Kaisa back. Quentin says, look, you have drawn enough cards, sir. Enough is enough.
But the issue is well, they have no runes open now. this is free game for the Stellacorn. If I have enough removal spells, I can just get rid of it right now. And deciding which, I mean, it's not even a choice of if we do, it's what's the best ones to play right now.
Which card is it, right? Which of the multiple options in our hand shall we go with? Matt going to be, I believe, bringing out Singularity. That's 6 damage to the Stellacorn Herder. That is going to answer the threat at Reaver's Row. And now Matt is able to safely take the Lecturing Yordle, move in to the Reaver's Row, scoring his 4th point and keeping the momentum rolling here.
Yeah, and that's what, I mean, like Reaver's Row can really help out this matchup where you get to aggressively attack. You don't mind combat because you can always escape with your cards, and then you can remove it on the flip side.
Now Quentin, left with a couple pair of boots, has yet to bring out the Chosen Champ.
Now, is it a pair of boots or is it 2 boots?
That's a great question. All right, Sneaky Deckhand being played to the open Dreaming Tree. Up to 3 points goes Quentin. And we are going to equip one of the boots and gank on over, I believe, using the Irelia there.
Yeah, they do
Legend
need to tap
ability?
their legend.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit of shorthand there,
Right.
but
Just kind of waiting for that. But Quentin goes up to 4 points. We've evened the score here, and Quentin has several ready runes yet again.
and again, just a massive amount of cards in hand here. So we're going to have us go over to the Dreaming Tree. We're going to get our 5th point. We're going to get Kaisa. We don't have enough cards in hand, clearly, so we need one more real quick.
Without a doubt. 5 to 4. And at this point, it's becoming difficult for Matt to, like, look through his hand and see what all we have available.
Yeah, you're just really blinded by the amount of options that you have right now.
All right. Matt's up a point in the deciding Game 3 of the quarterfinals. What do we have from Matt? We've got the Lecturing Yordle still in the back line. Got another Kaisa in hand, it looks like. Singularity there, Thousand-Tailed Watcher. With all those runes on Quentin's side. A little bit scarier here on this turn as the Lecturing Yordle will move in to start a showdown with the Sneaky Deckhand.
Interesting. I think they were trying to, like, bait them to move it back, and they did not take the bait there. So we're going to play the Yordle for 3 to get another draw here.
So it was a couple damage dealt to the Sneaky Deckhand. But, of course, once the combat finishes up, that damage is healed off right away.
Going to play Kaisa for 4 and pass it back, yeah. I wonder if they thought that maybe, like, Singularity, had a, just oversight that could have been, like, action speed, right? Would have been able to interact with the Sneaky Deckhand, but, yeah, not making the difference there. So Quentin's moving back. We do go 5 points apiece. We still do have the boots there if we want to try to pressure the other Kaisa on the Dreaming Tree.
It's kind of wild, right? Just how close this game is right now with the crazy amount of value that Matt has had through all of these card draw capabilities. But Quentin is making Matt work for it here. Biggest game of the weekend for these two players.
Yeah, we're in the top 8, but we want to make it to the top 4. So, again, we've got 7 runes available. We still have our champion, Aurelia. A lot of choices here. This is, Aurelia doesn't always get much over 5 runes. So having a full 7 and cards on board means there's just a lot of options here for Quentin.
Here comes the chosen champion. Took a little bit of time, but she is here. We're going to put the Boots of Swiftness on. Ready Irelia up thanks to the Legend ability. Moving into the Dreaming Tree. Now what does Matt have for us here? Very outnumbered in might. Kaisa only 4 might. We're staring at 8 might on the other side. Matt going to line up a smoke screen. This will give Irelia -4 might. We did have to pay the deflect cost there. So -4.
So, I mean, that's
brings
still,
us to 4 all.
Yeah, that's just still a tie. So if we have an unguard, a discipline, you know, the dance itself, like that is just so much for us to, you know, there's so many ways that we can get rid of this deficit here and, you know, even get a draw off the Dreaming Tree.
And Quentin, knowing that Matt has no runes available, we've got the discipline. Irelia will be buffed up here. The numbers we need to win the showdown. Kaisa's out, and Quentin goes up to 6 points.
Yeah, but here's the difficult part. We've got no copies of Zhonya's Hourglass, Guardian Angel. There's no real protection for Irelia now, so this is probably the most vulnerable it's going to be in this game. So we might have to try to hide something if we got a Zhonya's or a Fight or Flight to try to save it. We're probably going to move the Sneaky Deckhand back, but you know, being able to, you know, this is a very vulnerable Irelia here.
And I don't think we have anything to hide. So that means Irelia is only 6 might.
And it's going to stay there, too. Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
That's absolutely right. So a singularity here would be massive for Matt. This would clear out both of those opposing units. Let's see what Matt has in store for us. We're loading up. I believe we're paying a couple power.
Yeah,
and it is singularity to
singularity
take out Quentin's board. Exactly what the doctor ordered from Matt. Here in the deciding game, Kaisa moves in. It's 6-6. The Yordle will secure the 7th point, and now Quentin has a huge hill to climb.
But not impossible. We do get to keep the boots here. It's not outrageous for us to say that we can conquer both of these battlefields moving forward. So we're going to have to see what's in Quentin's hand. We got to have a unit to, you know, interact with, but there could be quite the comeback here.
This is the turn, the deciding moment in this match. Quentin staring down 2 battlefields being held by Matt. We've got to take them off both. But the boots, the important piece here that could allow us to do just that.
Yeah, and so the line that I see is that if we do have a unit, we play it out, we equip the boots, ready it with our legend ability. And do we not have a single
he doesn't have any
unit in hand? That is so unfortunate.
And that is going to wrap it up. If there's no units, we've got no way to conquer these battlefields. What a game it has been. Guardian Angel on top, but no units with all of the cards. So unfortunate. Matt with Kaisa able to continue rolling here in Virginia.
Yeah, super close game. It really could have gone either way. And like Matt really is like, this is all I've got. You've got to have no units. And despite all the card draw, we're able to get just no units to protect, you know, the top 4 record for our Irelia player there.
We really saw both of the big plays, right? You saw the crazy charm combo with Draven. Draven able to score that extra point, winning that combat. That was so clutch to close out game 2. And we saw just exactly what Kaisa wants to do with the massive amount of tempo gained off of these spells. Singularity, absolutely perfect in that final game.
For sure. Like, big difference of what not having a Guardian Angel out or having any protection. Like, you want to keep that Irelia alive, and if you don't, you just, you know, you're playing so many non-units in your deck, right? So it's not outrageous that we didn't see another one, but still a little bit unfortunate.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a great weekend so far. There's still 2 more matches to come. The semifinals will be coming up next. It's been a great run. It's been a pleasure. I think that's going to do it for me this weekend, but it's been so much fun casting alongside of you and Messiah. Big thanks to all the production crew and everyone here. Thank you for tuning in. But don't go anywhere. We've got some more action coming up. The semifinals next from Virginia.
All right, we are back with the Hampton Booster Box Riftbound 10K Coastal Series. We've got our top 4 players here trying to flex into the finals here, and I'm just joined with Messiah here. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's a beautiful day out here in Hampton, Virginia. We're at the Coliseum area here, and we are a part of, finally, the top 4 of the 10K Coastal Series hosted by the Booster Box.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of close matches so far. We've been following Kaisa so far in this top 16. We're going to be moving over to the other side. We're going to see if they're able to make it into the finals. But what do we got for our top 4 match here?
Right now, so it looks like our breakdown here is going to be 2 Draven Detonate list, an Aurelia, and a Kaisa. But for our stream match here today, we're going to have Daryl on the left on Draven Detonate and Gregory on the right for Aurelia Blade Dancer.
Yeah, so honestly, 2 of the decks that are just performing very well in the meta. There was a huge regional open in China this weekend, too. We saw a lot of the same story. A lot of Draven, a lot of Aurelia, and that's not going to be any difference for us for here.
Yeah, definitely what you're expecting at the top tables. We've seen that consistently, but that new Detonate deck list that we have been seeing tearing up the 10K scene in this area at Pittsburgh, at Richmond, Virginia, at SCGCon, all of those tournaments were around some of these decks performing super well, and as you know, this is a miracle version that focuses on the card Detonate to allow you to continue to draw and draw and draw.
Yeah, very good for getting that additional draw since you need a lot of cards in your trash. Looking at this deck, maybe the game plan is not 100% there, but we're going to see it in action. We try to put a lot of cards into our trash, make our, our cards really cheap to be able to play them out for almost free, if not free. We've got Bushwhack to make them active, and just a lot of combos to really swarm the board and make it hard for our opponent to interact when we have those combo turns.
Taking a look over here at Gregory's deck list, the Aurelia Champion. I think we've seen quite a few on the stream throughout this weekend, and it looks like a pretty standard list. One of the things that we noted the other day was Heart of Dark Ice.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that we've seen at the top tables in the actual main.
Yeah, it's been getting a lot of value, just the fact that it is something that after you play it the first time, you can choose for free, which has ended up being very nice. We've got the Overzealous Fan as well as the One of in there as well. Just another early play as well, just to maybe get the tempo for us. And honestly, it's going to be interesting to see what this game looks like.
All right, moving into game 1 here. Looks like we have Veiled Temple as the chosen battlefield for Draven Glorious Executioner. That is what Daryl is playing today. And then on the right, we have one of the strong battlefields with Aurelia starting off on the Dreaming Tree for Gregory.
Yeah, Dreaming Tree, super good for Aurelia. We have a lot of cards that choose our own, units as well, so being able to get that extra draw is also something that Draven does inherently very well. Aurelia can sometimes stumble, so really standard start. We got a Traveling Merchant and passing it back to Gregory.
Yeah, I think ideal opening on turn 1 there, just establishing a unit, and whenever it moves, you get to cycle, which is exactly what Daryl wants to do here.
All right, the quick pass back. We do have the Sneaky Deckhand getting the first point on the Veiled Temple, trying to maybe prevent the removal there. But it looks like we are going to actually discard 1 from the Merchant, go 2-2, and we will just get rid of the Sneaky Deckhand. Quick to play the Draven for 4 and passing it back to Gregory.
Yeah, those quick trades 2 for 2 are incredibly important in this matchup so that Sneaky Deckhand doesn't just continue to gain that point, continue to hold, and it becomes a uninteractable piece there until you get to like 3 points. So you really do want to make that trade, establish your legend, and puts them in a great position on the Draven side.
All right, so deciding on the 5, there's always this choice, like, do I feel comfortable enough to play out my Aurelia here? What's the interaction on the other side? We don't have anything for protection for it right now. We don't even have like a battlefield to like maybe hide a Zanya's Hourglass, but we're going to play it at, for 5 and be like, I hope they don't have a way to interact with me.
Yeah, 100%. At this point, I think it really is just if it's not coming out into the battlefield directly, they feel a little bit safe knowing that it's more of the Miracle version instead of the mid-range version of Draven, since mid-range plays more of the removal off the board and Miracle plays more of the cycling package here.
All right, moving the Draven to the Dreaming Tree, getting us our first point of the game here. And then looks like for 3, we are going to be playing out maybe an Ezreal. I think that's the choice of the card we'd want to see. And no, it's going to be a Last Rites. and we are going to be playing out the seal off of recycling one of these chaos. We're going to play it immediately for another seal, and we're going to pay that seal to play a card hidden with the Draven and likely pass from there.
Yeah, I think these beginning turns for the Draven detonate version is truly just setting up those seals to make sure we don't run out of those runes, putting together some combo pieces like those gears.
But for Aurelia, we likely feel pretty safe here. Now we can, have 7 runes to try to protect this Aurelia. The interaction is going to be a little bit tough, and there's a little bit of a slower start. I feel like for Dale here, we don't have any copies of stack deck that we've seen, no copies of Called Shot, no copies of Ezreal. So if they're in their hand, they're just waiting for, I guess, a better time. But I don't know what's a better time than this.
Yeah, I think this is a key turn here for Gregory, putting in that read to say, I know that hitting card is probably fight or flight there, so I will end up getting pushed back. Do I have a way to maybe target my Aurelia and boost it back in, but not going into that combat or trade? Doesn't want to get Draven that extra card draw by winning a combat by pushing that Aurelia back, choosing to go up to the northern battlefield, the Veiled Temple.
Yeah, and in case you guys don't know how this battlefield works, it's a little bit of a off-meta one, but I've seen a lot of these Detonate Dravens use it. So when you conquer here, you can ready a friendly gear. If it's equipment, you may detach it. So mostly working in the favor of Daryl being able to, restand our seals here, but looks like we are actually going to use the Ride the Wind to push it back. We're going to now use the Fight or Flight to instead push it back. You do have to recycle 1 to do so. Oh, actually, no, we're actually going to push our Draven back, so we don't even have to lose the rune here.
Yeah, I think Daryl prioritizing that, keeping my legend instead of taking that card draw, because we know that fight or flight, after that combat, even if it got pushed back, that Aurelia was going to be readied, and it was coming right back in there.
Yeah, the key difference is one, we did choose with Dreaming Tree, so we get the card draw anyways. Yep. It also means that we don't have to recycle for the deflect cost. So really just changing, trading a rune for a point, which I think is very fair.
Yeah, these types of small ways of making these exchanges are going to build up and truly allow that advantage to be snowballed into exactly what these players want.
Yeah, and we're going to be playing the Called Shot. We're going to get the full repeat cost by using both of these, seals here. But again, we do have an option to conquer the temple and get the seal back active. We got the second Called Shot here, thinking on this next 2.
Yeah, it looks like that's an Ezreal and a battering ram in hand. They're making that choice. Since the Called Shot was already used, that Ezreal, it will help cycle through the deck and reduce those repeat costs. But will the battering ram reduction in cost be a stronger body to help hold some of those battlefields against the mighty Aurelia?
For sure. So we're going to probably decide if we want to try to conquer the temple here, just so we get our seal back, especially if we play an Ezreal, being able to then, again, ignore the might cost is really nice.
Yeah, one of the interactions that we do want to talk about a little bit is that Veiled Temple and the Last Rites card there. The Last Rites card, when it's equipped, you do have to recycle 2 cards back from your trash to the bottom of the deck. And what you can do with Veiled Temple is actually you can detach equipments from units. So at the end game here, there is a potential for using that battlefield to attach unequipped, attach again, to keep recycling all of these amazing purple cards like Rebuke, like Fight or Flight, down to the bottom of the deck, and essentially stacking your deck with these strong, powerful spells.
Yeah, really good point here. And yeah, Daryl just saying, you know what? I don't need to get my seals back. We're just going to use the Dreaming Tree. I think this has a better opportunity for maybe like Fight or Flight to draw another card potentially from them. But looks like we are going to be playing the 4 here. Might just be a battering ram. Reduction by 1. It is going to be a battering ram here. So currently 9 power at this Dreaming Tree, and we're going to pass with 3 open here for Daryl.
9 power is pretty high, but against an Aurelia deck, I mean, she's already restanding on the turn at 5, and it is very simple for her to get beefed up even more than what that battlefield is holding currently. Especially if it's at a Dreaming Tree, it comes with an additional draw that is very big for Gregory.
Yeah, and it's a little bit surprising we decided to go Dreaming Tree, right? I think it gives a little bit more opportunity for Gregory to get the card draw, since there's just so many ways for you to increase your power by targeting your own cards with spells. So it looks like we're going to start with the Stellacorn over to the Temple. Nothing to equip, reactivate, or anything, but do get a 4th point for Gregory.
Yeah, no gear presence yet from the Aurelia side here. That is pretty unusual in these Aurelia decks. You usually want to see those GAs and the Zonius Hourglasses being thrown down to make sure that, you know, when you go into combat and if there's any battle tricks, you're still going to stay alive.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to be paying a good amount here.
Is it a 6 for a Draven?
Yeah, there is the Draven Audacious.
Yeah, it's going to be a key card to try and make that point disparity even larger here.
Yep, but there is the pass. And one thing I will say is that I don't think that the Detonate build necessarily has a lot of great interactions for something like this Draven here. So this can, be able to sneak another point if they keep something on a battlefield. You can play around it by just moving stuff back, but, still a terrifying card.
Yeah, I don't know if the engine has truly gotten going yet. We haven't seen that Ezreal down in those multiple called shots to cycle through those decks to try and beef up those battlefields with those reduced cost big units like a ton of battering rams and a ton of Rossas.
All right, looks like we are going to, okay, I like this play. So here's a little kind of an edge case with Detonate here. So we're actually going to use the, produce the colorless or the rainbow, and then we're able to then detonate our own seal. So we still have one floating for that cost, and we are able to get a draw 2.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly why this build is so strong. You can use the detonate offensively, kill an enemy gear, allowing them to draw 2, but also you can detonate your own gears to continue to draw. Not the most ideal target. Obviously, you want to detonate things like the treasure trove. You want to get rid of those scrap heaps. Those are the ideal targets for things like this, but sometimes you're not drawing what you need to. You need to take that sacrifice there, that trade, to draw those additional cards to open up some options.
Yeah, for 2, we are going to be playing the Fight or Flight. Using it on likely our own Draven. This will still get us a draw 1 off of the Dreaming Tree, and we actually are going to Fight or Flight our own Celicorn back as well to get the card draw in reaction. So
I like that. A draw for a draw.
Draw for a draw. We're pushing stuff back, keeping the Celicorn active and safe rather. You can get the removal of, or you can get another point on the temple.
Yeah, those are those small little interactions we were talking about earlier that start to pile up into that advantage, right? Making sure that you have hand advantage here, making sure your units stay alive.
Yeah, and maybe considering using the Field Temple to, again, prevent another loss of a, recycling here, because we can, pay for the seal, and then we can ready it again, but the fact that we already have one floating and we still have another one active means we might not have enough things to actually recycle enough to make the temple worth it yet.
Yeah, we really do want to see a called shot, stack deck, or an Ezreal here. Those are the pieces that really get this deck going.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe an Ezreal. We see 3 being used here. Yeah, finally an Ezreal. This late in the game, this is going to see a discard 1, draw 2. We're going to use one of the pre-used recycled runes that we had from the first seal, discarding a battering ram.
Oh, interesting choice there.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that we could have played one for pretty cheap this turn, right? We've only played I believe we've played 1 card this turn off the detonate, so second card with Ezreal. So maybe with 3 runes open, it's a little bit tricky, but not impossible for us to get enough to make that get reduced to 1.
Yeah, not having runes up and passing over to an Aurelia with a Draven Aurelia and a Stellacorn in the back, that's terrifying.
Yeah. And actually, I think we've played a second one because we did activate the Fight or Flight that was hidden. So I believe that causes a cost reduction, not the turn that you hide it, but the turn that you play it.
Yep, I agree with that. I believe that battering ram would have come out for 2, but again, only having 1 up, there isn't a whole lot of battle tricks that you can do in this Draven deck with 1 rune. So, but still choosing. That is 2 and a seal tap. Seal for a seal. Looks like that battering ram did come down.
Yeah, I think there's, the Raza instead. So we did have enough cards into our trash to get the reduction by 2 here. We are actually going to be attaching the last rites as well.
And there goes the recycling of those powerful purple spells we were talking about.
Yeah, Rebuke and the called shot. Now it is, I believe, random at the bottom of the deck too. So, or is it? Do you get to choose the order? All right. Well, regardless, we do have now only, 6 cards left in our trash here. We are going to move up the battering ram here too for the Field Temple. This can allow us to either unattach the last rites if we so desire, or re-ready our Seal of Discord. Oh, there's the second battering ram.
That was a lot of forward thinking there. That was the battering ram that we ended up pitching.
Yeah.
Knew it was going to come back after that last rites. Willing to take that trade of losing out on some of the cards in the trash, recycling them back, obviously those powerful cards. But, this is a deck that in the end you do want to have quite a large trash, so those Rosses are coming down essentially for free, but also so that you have your win condition of Vi able to activate for an enormous amount of might.
Yeah, but that's 100% just I've been playing this deck for a long time. I've been doing a lot of reps, and definitely a really heads-up play to figure out what runes do I have available to me, what's the best way for me to get out as many bodies. And we've played out a lot of power here with the Raza as well as the Ram this turn.
Yeah, and with an Aurelia deck, you don't have that hard removal like Red does, so won't be able to clear anything in that backline. I think one of the things that we have in our repertoire is Charm, but we have 3 copies alone of that. So let's see if we can try and find some of those to maybe reduce some of the might just waiting for us when we pass turn.
Yeah, and we have currently 2 5s, and then last right gives, I believe, is it 2 might? Yeah, 2 might. So we've got 12 on the Field Temple currently. So we might have some ways to interact with it. Obviously, I think we can go one at a time, right? The Aurelia, I believe, is at 5 might right now because we did activate it this turn. I think we passed the turn with it active, so it doesn't get the might bonus.
Correct. It did not untap, so it is still sitting at 4 in the back here. But this is exactly what we were talking about. We want to see some gears being thrown down from Gregory's side, those GAs, to not only allow for selection, for untapping, opening up those options as well, but one of the key things that Aurelia can do into this matchup is attach GAs, have Zoniuses go into the battlefield, and trade with one of those cards that is beefing up those battlefields, come back, and then go back in when it's bumped up and readied again at a bigger might. And then that allows it to continue to get under this Detonate deck and clear out some of those bodies.
Yeah. So it looks like we're still deciding here. If we need to get another draw, we can move the Stellacorn to the Dreaming Tree, which seems to be the case, putting us to 5 as Gregory. We've got a good amount of runes. Again, we've got, I believe, 8 open right now. We haven't seen really any boost spells, right? No signature spell, no kind of fancy things from there. It looks like we're moving the Audacious over to the side for now.
Yeah, that Draven is terrifying, and I believe that's exactly why we kept some might in the back as well. Don't want to make that point difference too large. I think this is a key turn here. Daryl currently having no runes up. Oh, another Stellacorn.
Another Stellacorn. Yeah, we might be too intimidated by this 12 power here on the Field Tempo. It looks like we're not considering even pushing in anymore.
Another 3. Is that the Heart of Dark Ice? No.
No, just a sneaky deckhand hitting the base here. So not so sneaky this turn, but pass it back to Daryl, who's got, again, a large board, a lot of runes, especially for like a Detonate Miracle build here, and that is pretty scary.
Yeah, without the gears for some of the additional might, you would have to pump that Draven up by more than 6 to even be able to contend that top battlefield there, and that's tough, but it is also a little bit telling about what's in Gregory's hand,
Yeah, and another thing too, so last rites is when you conquer and when you hold. So we're going to play out the Traveling Merchant for 2 here off of the when holding effect now of the last rites, and we are going to be considering our plays from here.
Looks like tapping another 2 here. Oh, okay. Taking that one back here.
Yeah, thinking about maybe bullying the Stellacorn. Only 1 rune open currently for Gregory. Again, that Draven Audacious can sneakily get the 8th point that we need to go for game with 2, so we do have to respect that.
Yeah, if we're going to go into this battlefield, you essentially have to commit, or that Draven's going to be coming over the top and winning those 2 extra points, putting Gregory to 7. So that would be a tough spot to be in. We also need to work around some of the math here. We know that 1 rune open on Gregory's side. With some of the buff cards that we have in the Aurelia deck, I believe the most we can get up to with 1 rune open is the +2 and -4. So we need to work around that 4 being the magic number.
All right, so yeah, still playing with you know, the Raza and the Draven doing a little dance. Looks like a casual 10 to the 3 here. Also, maybe deciding if we want to recycle 1 for the Draven effect too. Just keep it extra safe. Just means that, you know, even if they have the Defiant Dance, you know, it's only a deficit of 2. But it looks like, okay, we're just going to go the Raza here and see if they do have the signature spell from Aurelia.
Yeah, I think that's what Daryl's contemplating right now, saying, do you have it? I don't know. I don't want to commit both of these here.
Yeah. And it's a shame because, you know, you can get a generated gold gear token as well from the Draven if we so desire. If they do have the dance, it's a little bit better to put, you know, both up just because you can still do a trade here. Otherwise, it's tough. And we do have it.
That's exactly what Gregory needed here to make that exchange. But also, since you're targeting your unit, you get that extra draw as well. It's huge. Okay, looking like we do play the fight or flight to push out.
Yep, so we end up winning the combat, getting a card draw there for doing so. I believe Gregory, I don't know if he did get the card draw or not, but he should have if he didn't, because he did move the Stellacorn once again. We do have a called shot. Doing another.
Let's take a look here. Looks like an Ezreal. What is the other choice here? And a Bushwhack.
Yeah, Bushwhack's a good card, but we've kind of already established the board, right? We don't need to necessarily play things out as much. It could be helpful for like reviving a Raza off of holding or, you know, attacking with the last right. So curious to see what they chose from there. We are just going to pass back. We're going to be at 6 points to 5 here, but again, we got to be really careful about what this this Draven can accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just sitting back there menacingly, you know, just staring down these battlefields. Oh, actually.
Oh, never mind. Okay, we are playing Ezreal one more time.
Oh, in the discard with Scrap Heap, getting that additional draw, that is big.
So discard 1, draw 3. 7 cards in trash, paying 1 more.
That's got to be another reduced cost battering ram, right? No, looks like a stacked deck. There we go. Engine is rolling, going, drawing a ton of cards, refilling that trash here.
We currently have what looks like 8 cards in trash. So if we detonate our own seal, that would put 2 more cards in trash. And I think that's going to be the play.
There we go. You called it.
And it's a weird choice, right, to detonate your own stuff, but it's working out so well. This is why it's in the deck. You get more cards in hand, more cards in your trash. Currently have the 10 here, so if we want to play another Raza out to the Dreaming Tree, we definitely can. Stacking up that Dreaming Tree.
Yep, I think switching over into the hold pattern here, Daryl at 6. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw another Raza come down on the other northern battlefield here to beef it up even more.
Yep, and there could be a decision like where do we actually care about this value? Could be better to defend the last rights area, but looks like we are going to play Raza to the other side. That's second Raza. Do we have third Raza?
Oh, third Raza would be huge here.
And I'm going to guess the Merchant was played in the back. I think you could have played it at the battlefield that you owned, but yeah, I think it is just in the base here.
I believe so, yes. Yeah, that movement's going to be key for that card, that Traveling Merchant there. Because when I do move, you discard a card, then draw a card. Wanting to continue to cycle through that deck, but Daryl's hand is looking massive as well.
Yeah, but the runes open are less massive. Looks like, I think, thinking about hiding a card, about playing another Raza if we've got it.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect opportunity for a fight or flight here.
Yep, hiding a card, could be anything. Could be a bushwhack as well. Could just be a little bit of a bait.
Yeah, I've been loving that cheeky play that folks have been doing, taking the bushwhack, putting it there. Bushwhack is a hidden card. Friendly units enter ready this turn. Play a gold gear token. Exhausted, but people have been trying to play it around it as if it's fight or flight. So a little bit of trickiness going on there.
For sure. So looks like we're passing back to Gregory. Technically game point in view. If you're able to conquer with a Draven in combat, you do get that additional point. The kind of tricky spot here is that with so many cards on both battlefields, you do have to be wary that Draven doesn't get killed in battle itself. So there might be some chances where you have to individually push things up, but that just gives so much card draw for Daryl potentially if you just keep on losing with sending in these weenies.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard. The top battlefield, the northern battlefield, having 18 might.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's see. And at the bottom, we got 2 Ezreals. We have a Draven. And what is that bottom card there, Harridan?
That is another Raza. So we've got 10 plus 6. Every combat, you can recycle a red to give the Draven additional +2. We've got a hidden card. So both these battlefields stacked with power. And, Aurelia is known for giving that extra boost so many times, but these might just be a little bit too big for it.
Those numbers work out well, isn't it? Because it's 18-18 essentially if that Draven ability gets activated when you're pushing in there and it's defending. So hidden card there. I think Daryl's trying to say, don't come into this one because I know you get an advantage with Dreaming Tree.
But we've got, immediately a draw 2 on the table here. We could, do double of these Stellarcorns, move it to the Veil Temple, draw 2, and at least trade with the Raza, with it being 6-6.
I would not be surprised if that Stellarcorn went down into that southern battlefield to try and trade with that Ezreal, drawing a card, and if it is a fight or flight or anything, they have to choose, right?
Yeah.
Do I get the additional draw by pushing that Stellarcorn back, or will it die? They probably won't trigger it, so they'll lose one of the Ezreals at least, and I believe that's how you start winning that advantage over this Detonate deck. You get under it, you just keep going in, clearing out the bodies, lowering that might at the battlefield little by little, but again, without those gears to save your bodies, I don't know if you want to take those trades.
Yeah, it's a lot, and again, you can offer them a lot of card draw by how many battles you are putting out there. So again, double Stellarcorn, we've got our Aurelia champion, we've got the sneaky deckhand and the Draven Audacious, we've got I believe 8 runes, if not 9 runes, available to us right now. And yeah, there's just a lot of cards in hand too. The choices are, immeasurable. There's so much you could do here for Gregory.
I think Gregory is writing down in the notepad, doing some quick maths here.
And that's like one of the nice things. You were, you played very well this weekend. You're in this top 4. You were awarded this unlimited time, so you really get to, feel comfortable with making the play without that time constraint there.
Yeah, excellent point. Excellent point.
All right. So, and again, I think we've got a good amount of cards. Looks like we're going to start off with a Guardian Angel here.
There we go. One of the things that we wanted to see right here.
And we are going to attach it to the Draven Audacious. This is huge in the fact that, you can now bypass the negative effect of the Draven. If it would die in combat, GA will just save it. So, not too bad as a first step here.
Yeah, 7 might. That number is a little bit better, just making it big enough to get over that Rasa as well. Both of these players having a healthy amount of cards in their hand as well.
Again, with these Stellarcorns, you could have Disciplines. You could have copies of On Guard that maybe it makes sense to move it by itself and just use it on Guard to get rid of a Battering Ram. Again, so many choices.
Taking a quick second to recognize that Daryl and Gregory, both part of the local scene here. Daryl on Team Detonate and Gregory on Team Flex Q. Both teams had some high representation in this area and doing pretty well among the 10K circuits in Pittsburgh and Richmond. Seeing both of them doing well here. Again, down here in Hampton. Not want to recognize that as well. Top 4. What an impressive feat already.
Yeah, top 4 is not too shabby here. And again, you didn't get here without some, good decision making. Moving the sneaky deckhand, joining the Stellacorns over there.
Let's see, that's 6 and then 7 for Draven. 2. Okay, looking like we're going in for a team combat here.
All right, so this is going to offer a couple things. One, double draws. We're currently at 8 plus 7, so we're at 15 here on a board that has a 5, a 7, and a 6. So, yeah, just deciding on the numbers. Yeah, gets rid of everything but the last rights card, assuming, yeah, clears the entire board. We're going to save the Draven Audacious with the Guardian Angel, but we haven't used our Aurelia effect quite yet. Oh, sorry. It looks like we do have the numbers to, yeah, get rid of the battering ram with the last rights attached.
Yep, choosing that one instead. I'm going to have to select it. Yep, there are those boots. That is a great card here. That'll allow for combat wins up in the north, and then potentially, if we have the might, yanking over and sending that Aurelia in.
The coolest thing about this play, too, is that with the Veal Tempo, we can unattach it, reattach it, and then give it back to the Draven, and we can activate it by paying the 1 to reactivate it with the Aurelia effect, and then pay the Aurelia effect again to get that. But it looks like we're just going to take the slightly safer spot here. We're at 7 points here for not only capturing the point, but getting it with a combat with the Draven here, and it's going to be 7-7 here, going into our second to last turn, or maybe last turn, right? It's one of these players I think is going to win here.
I think a key card here is going to end up being that fight or flight for Daryl. But also, I believe that card could be a bushwhack.
It is a bushwhack, yeah.
And if it is, everything comes in ready. This is an excellent time for a Vi play, but Defied. That is a huge Defy here.
So yeah, nothing comes in active currently. We are going to be playing out the called shot here. Look at the top 2. And we're going to do it twice thanks to the Seal of Discord here.
I think it's still the same plan, trying to dig for that second bushwhack.
Yeah. And again, I think we've got less than 10 cards in deck. Looks like around 8.
If Gregory holds here, he will end up taking the game. So these units need to be moved in and taken out. Eight runes to work with.
Yeah, which is, again, a huge amount for a deck like this. It's usually operating at this part of the game at like 4 or 5 runes. So there's a lot that you can get into action here. Again, Bushwhack was defied, so we don't have a way to currently get our cards active.
We have a way of cycling. The magic number for Daryl is 4. We'll need to be able to use 2 for Bushwhack, 2 for Vi. All right, looks like moving the Traveling Merchant so they could discard and draw some cards here.
Yeah. Also, here's another kind of weird point to think about. Because of this Draven, you don't even need to technically win the battlefield. You just need to beat combat with the Draven itself. So if you're able to get 8 might over to the Veiled Temple, you can get rid of it, and you'll get that 8th and final point to take us to game 2.
I think we're going to need a couple of ride the winds as well, right?
Yes.
On over there if we're going to do something like that. Fight or flight also options to push our units back and then send them back in readied.
Yeah.
Couple different options here for Daryl. Digging through, trying to find what the best option is. Couple different outs.
Yeah, but even if we have something as simple as like a fight or flight with the Raza, push it back, attach the last rights, and then attaching 2. We're pressuring 8 on 8 here, and if there's not anything else from Gregory, that could be enough for game.
Yeah. Aurelia always having battle tricks, though. Having 3 Chaos runes up is terrifying because, Rebuke is one of the strongest cards that you can have. Fight or flights, ride the winds. All of those 9 buff spells that we have that give, if you're selecting Aurelia, an additional 1 on top of it. 3 could be enough in some settings.
All right, looks like we're going to pay 1. And I think just double checking on numbers here could just be a detonate on our own seal just to get the 2 cards that we likely know at this point left in the deck.
believe we still have a stacked deck left as well.
All right, looks like we are, okay, called shot again for 2, just by recycling 1 since we do have an Ezreal out. So 1, 2.
Take a little peek at that hand, see what they're taking here. Could not see that one. Oh, that was an instant choice right there. Did you see that? Very confident. 5 cards left in deck.
Again, I'm pretty sure we know what those are. We're going to spend 2.
That's a bushwhack.
Likely a bushwhack, right? Yeah, there is the bushwhack here.
They have the second Defy.
That'd be nice, but
not looking like it. All right.
Not looking super great here.
All right. Now let's see if Daryl has the Vi here. Putting back a plethora of cards back into the bottom of the deck. Whatever order you want, you get to choose with the Vi because it's recycling 1 from your trash each time.
Yeah, I mean, Vi, I'm going to guess we have like 20 cards in there, right? So, good number here.
Yeah, hard to tell with that fat stack of cards that Daryl has in his hand.
Yeah. And again, technically, all we need to do is beat the Draven Audacious. So currently, it's at 8.
I think trying to figure out those key numbers, right, to get over the units, because one of the most terrifying things, like we said, potentially fight or flight or rebuke.
Yeah.
I mean, that sends the Vi right back into the back or into the hand, right? Yeah, Daryl grimacing here. Yep,
All right.
it is that Vi.
Yeah, there's the Vi's. That's the 3rd card we've played this turn. And I appreciate the dice. I'm sure a lot of people are asking at home how many cards have we played this turn. So with the 3, we're going to pay another 1.
And all of these units come in ready.
Yes, 100%. So with the bushwhack here, we're going to look at the top 3.
All right, 4 cards in deck. We know what the bottom 2 are from the last rights. We know what was recycled.
Yeah, and I mean, it depends on like what we're actually trying to accomplish here. But if we had something like, you know, we could have put something to the bottom with the Vi. Yeah, another Raza.
Whew.
And then, yeah, equipping the last rights, putting 2 cards to the bottom of our deck. We're just, I think, putting it all. Yeah, just being like, I'm putting 2 off the effect of the last rights, and then yeah, we can really just bump up this Vi.
All right, so let's do a quick mic count here. So we have the battering ram at 5 with the last rights 7, and then we have a Rasa over on the other side making it 13, Vi at base 16. But we know that Vi can put back a giant amount of cards, and let's see what that giant amount is. 14 cards. Okay, going in.
You know you're in a bad spot when the D20 comes out. You can't. Yeah, 10's not big enough. 12's not big enough. Let's get that D20. So we are at 17 plus 7, so 24 plus 6, 30 coming on in. We do have the Defiant Dance there. Being able to put it on the Aurelia, give it the -2, down to 15.
Oh, if they're selecting the Vi, we know that it is not a fight or flight in hand.
No, another Defiant Dance once again.
Going up to 10 on the Aurelia.
Yeah, and yeah, not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, biggest thing is that as long as we get rid of the Draven in that combat, we don't need to win the point. We just need to get rid of that, and that will give us the 8th and final point. So Daryl takes game 1 with this Draven here, technically undefeated this weekend, right? We did just have 2 ties, which I can see why this deck could be in a tie territory, and we're back with us. So game 2. We're finally here after just a little bit of gameplay there. Honestly, when Draven does that, it does feel like quite the wall of just effects and power. What are you supposed to do about that?
I honestly don't know, but like I said, I think one of the pieces is truly going to be little by little. They're in a holding position, little by little, just chipping away at that might at those battlefields, you know, and being able to just go back in with the legend ability, saving your units with those gears that, you know, allow it to not die in combat, things like that, chipping away at it, making sure that you get rid of as many options as possible for that Draven player. But man, with all that draw, we had 4 cards left in deck,
Yes.
and those were the ones that we cycled back.
Yeah, 100%. So we do have to be, knowledgeable of that. I think Daryl's done a really good job. I think the thing that, is maybe overlooked a little bit at times is that this is on easy deck to play, right? Clearly there's a lot of decision making. So it's a very strong deck, but it's a strong deck for strong players, right? So that does end up happening and make a big thing. What do you think about the sideboard? Maybe the Thunder Song against Aurelia, maybe a Rebuke, but not sure what I would choose for this one.
Yeah, I think the Thunder Song is going to be the key card here. I mean, saying no to all your battle tricks, that is huge. And we've seen it be the MVP in many games this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. So, and then we got Aurelia once again. We can have out your boy, the Adaptatron, right? Can start eating some of those seals. Defy might be good. We also have like the Vex. Vex could be really helpful there. Rebuke, I'm not sure if we get enough value from that one, but
yeah, the Defy I think is going to be really huge here. Rebuke also an important card. I think that side deck, just have to see how they're going to end up using it out. Hopefully my boy Adaptatron makes an appearance.
Yeah,
there,
yeah. I mean, it's hungry for seals. We'll see if we get there. We got the double obelisk of power here. We saw this in our last game, and our last match rather in top 8. So it's such a funny way to start the game. If you're going second, you've got 5 runes. So Gregory, if they're going second, they can just play out the Aurelia champion on turn 1, which is crazy. And we'll see how these 5 runes really make a big difference here.
Yeah, I think double obelisk, meaning that whoever goes first is starting off with 4 runes. They're just going to slap their legends down.
Yeah.
It looked like taking that option away. Gregory choosing to go, let's see, first. All right, and there's that Zonius that we wanted to see early last game.
Yeah, and this is a huge tool, right? Again, either Zonias or the Guardian Angel. Both of these cards just gives us a little bit of protection, lets us be a little bit greedier with our plays for our Aurelia. But again, with Detonate, it's not always the ace in the hole that we're expecting it to be.
Yeah, I think it could be kind of a scary position to be in when you slap down that Aurelia and they play a Detonate on the Zonius, and then you enter combat at some area against that Aurelia. You don't have the way to save it. That could be so scary.
It really, really can be. So go for it.
I think if we play a little bit patiently, though, the Detonate seems a little less scary because, again, that can only be played on your turn. It doesn't have action or reaction speed. So, playing a little more patiently and disciplined, I believe we can play around a little bit.
Yeah, I do agree on that. But the fact that you are giving the Draven player more time to set up, right? It is a deck that can be, I think, aggressed down just a little bit. But, this is going to be something where you'd have to be careful. And we do have the Ferris Forerunner hit the battlefield here. I think that was a side decision there and making a huge difference. We already have 10 power on the top of Obelisk of Power.
Oh, man. And with that Draven ability as well, it could even get up to 12. And
yes, and in hiding a card too. So
I think Daryl's already saying, you know what? I have a persistent unit here. When it has the Death Knell trigger, I'm going to create 2 tokens with the same amount of might. I'm already at 1. I'm going to start holding here. I have what I need in my hand.
The fact that, it's turn 2, we played a Ferris Forerunner is also a little wild, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we're already passing back to Gregory here, and we have 8 runes. When double Obelisk of Power comes out, it seems like we're already in the end game so much in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so I think, obviously this is something that Daryl, this is likely not the first Aurelia they've played this weekend, so they kind of know what they want to do with this matchup here, and, it's pretty telling here. It's a different gameplay style for Daryl this turn because we don't have, any cards in our trash quite yet. We're just building up a big battlefield with these, mighty units here, and now Gregory's like, I've got a lot of runes, but what's the best way to use them?
For sure, and honestly, I think for someone who's playing Draven, someone who's playing Aurelia, the 2 top represented decks in the last big regional, we're talking about Vegas here, we had 216 Dravens and 132 Aurelias, and the next closest was a Kaisa way below 100. So, that is what you want to test against. That's what your reps are against, and both players know exactly what they're looking for. It really shows how much repetition they've had into these matchups,
It sure does. So we get our first point, and you're like, we're going to defend the battlefield as well. We've got Draven Audacious hanging out in the bottom Obelisk of Power. And do we have the choice for the charm here?
Oh, this would be a big charm right here.
It looks like we do. We've got the charm. We're going to move it over to the battlefield here. We are going to recycle 1 red, so it's going to be 6 here.
Probably taking out that Draven, but that Zonius, like we said, need that gear that saves it. But
oh, we've got the Defiant Dance.
Whew.
We're going to recycle 1, give the minus, give the plus to the Aurelia here. That's going to give us another point.
And that's how we start stacking. That's how we start stacking those points on Gregory's side.
Yep, so we should be at 2 points for Gregory off the extra point from the Draven here. And again, we've got to be really scared. Another charm here could represent another point. Gregory's likely going to 3 if they hold here. And that Ferris Runner's kind of stuck at that other battlefield with the hidden card.
Yeah, I don't think expecting that charm. That's probably a fight or flight just being hidden there waiting. He was waiting for it to be challenged over in that area. Charm was exactly the card that they needed to start stripping some of the might from over there and getting that additional point.
Now, if it is fight or flight, we can move back our Ferris Forerunner. We can move it up to the Draven. We can still trade with it, which would still net us a point, and then give us 2 3/3 tokens. So not a terrible play there. Looks like we're going to be playing 5.
5 is pretty big here. Is that just a...
Just a standard ram.
That is tough. I don't think we're seeing the engine pieces that we really want to on Daryl's side right now.
Yeah, no Ezreals, no called shots. Like, the Ferris Forerunner was nice, but the fact that Gregory had an answer to it so cleanly by just focusing on the other battlefield means that, you know, the point totals are going, you know, quickly to Gregory's side.
Yeah, absolutely. And then passing back over, looks like we have 7 runes available here. We have an Aurelia and a Draven on the southern battlefield, and Zonius Hourglass as well. Strong position for Gregory to be in right now.
Yeah, and if we've got a Boots of Swiftness, we can attach it to the Draven there. We can make it 7-6, and we're going to start with the Guardian Angel. And I think we are going to equip it to the Draven. We are.
Yeah, just enough to get over that 6 might over on the other battlefield. I think this is an incredibly telling way. I think maybe we have another charm would be huge here, but I think it would be a very easy decision. Just slap it down there since Daryl's only holding 1 up over there.
Yeah. And we do have Ride the Wind. Yeah, there it is.
Very strong card. All right, let's get over there. And even if that is a fight or flight and you push that Draven back, nothing would happen.
Now,
it would just go right back in there.
Correct. Now, you have a choice to move your own Ferris back, which I think is fair. And it is on reaction speed, so I don't believe this was a combat. You don't get the extra point because it never fought into anything. It never saw something there. So only the 1 point for the Draven there. We are going to be able to keep it safe back in the base here, and it's going to be 3 points to 2.
Yeah, I like this start for Gregory a lot more. Seeing those gears, seeing those battle tricks where you can, you know, ride left and right, ride in the wind.
Only issue here is, yeah, we're putting a lot of aggression here for Gregory here.
Trying to make that point disparity even bigger.
Yeah, and sorry, we do get the point for actually, we still went to the battlefield, so we did still conquer it. We just didn't get the additional point. We weren't at 5.
All right, there's one of those combo pieces we were talking about earlier. I don't think it's too late to start the engine for Daryl. 4v2, not a big difference yet.
Yeah, and we did get rid of the Thunderstorm. And I'm just saying, yeah, I think the tempo is just so fast in Gregory's side. I don't think it's going to be able to get the, I'm not going to be able to play it this game.
Yeah, I really think it's a closer when you have a very solid board. And again, this deck cycles so much that even if they sided in the 1 copy that they have, they could get back to it.
They can, yeah. So many different ways. So, all right, Called Shot is doing its thing here. Thinking about our first grab here.
Looks like a second Ferris Forerunner. Choosing to take the other card?
Yeah, it looks like we ended up getting it. Might have been a seal that we put at the bottom. Couldn't quite see it. Paying 2, though, for a scrap heap. So it does have a, you know, when played, discarded, whatever. You do get that draw. So paying 2 to draw 1's not too terrible.
Definitely not ideal for this deck,
Mm-hmm.
but still getting that additional card. And it is a little bit scary, you know, the decision to move any one of your units into those battlefields because, you know, a terrifying backline is just waiting on Gregory's side.
Yeah, and you're just so hesitant to even put something into a battlefield because you do have that chance for, again, Audacious to get the double point here.
Yeah, I think just trying to beef it up as much as possible so that Draven just can't get in there and just destroy and get all of those extra points. But okay,
All right.
double battering ram, is that what that is?
I believe so.
Yep, that's exactly what that is. So we've seen all three here. I like beefing up that battlefield, being able to try and hold there, but also allowing for next turn having all that might in the back. I think it's a solid play by Daryl.
Yeah, and we did play it for 3, and my brain had like a little skip, so I'm just going to say it out just so, you know, the first one was reduced by 3, and then the second one saw the first one being played, so it gets reduced by 1. So played the first one for 2, the second one for 1.
Yeah, I love those little snowballs.
Yes, yeah.
All right, moving back over to Gregory here. We have 4 Calm, 3 Chaos, 7 Runes total. Completely tapped out on Daryl's side, so we know there's no tricks. It is just simple math trying to figure this one out.
Now, there are a couple options here. You know, if we're, you know, depending on how greedy we're feeling, we could push the Aurelia up with the battering ram, and we can make it just trade there. We would give a card draw for Daryl, but it would mean that Audacious would have a free way to get that extra point, you know, and potentially a way to move back off of Zonya's trigger. We could just go to, you know, the left battlefield, or the bottom battlefield with the Obelisk too. So looks like we're going to play another Guardian Angel here.
Curious to see where he puts this one. I think I would put it on the Draven so it could just keep doing those trades, you know, because the Legend ability doesn't just allow it to go in, restand one time. I mean, if you conquer the battlefield, you could untap it essentially by paying 1.
Yeah,
oh yeah, there we go.
I think I'd like to see better. We didn't attach it quite yet. We just move it up. We proc the first one. We activate the second one, restand it with our Legend ability, and then we get to trade a second time. But if we got the Defiant Dance, there might just be math to even just bypass all of that now.
Yeah, with Daryl being tapped out here, I think that is a very simple take. Both units die, create 2 mech tokens. I got that combat win and that conquer.
Yeah, so now we're at the, you know, big 6 here. If we want to, Aurelia can move over to the Obelisk to get our 7th point, which looks like to be the case. Gregory, you know, leaping up here.
Yeah, I think that was a great move. That Draven just sitting there with 8 might base as well. That is very solid. We saw 1 buff spell here. We got, tapping out with 4.
Okay, yeah. And again, with so many of these Guardian Angels with the Hourglass, we're moderately safe now. We do have, obviously, like, Destruction known in the deck here. I think we are at 7 points for Aurelia as well, because we started the turn on 4.
Oh no, a thermal beam. That
oh
is
my gosh.
the exact card. Wow, Daryl was waiting
for that one. Huge change here. We had, you know, the double Guardian Angel. We had the Hourglass here. This is just going to get a clean trade here. They're completely tapped out. No cards in hand for Gregory.
Wow, the exact card
Yes.
Daryl needed. Wow.
Crazy.
But with the amount of card draw, I guess it's not strange to see exactly what you need when you need it.
Yeah, so we're going back. It's going to be, you know, we get the point there. We're going to get the additional point for getting from combat. So I believe we're at 6 points for Daryl here.
And with just a Stellacorn in the back, going to end up passing and drawing that 1 card. I know the Stellacorn's going to be able to move to draw an additional card, but it really depends on what that top deck is, because right now it would end up dying on the northern battlefield and just trading the mech on the bottom, and that's not really a trade you want when you have 1 card in hand.
Yeah, there's definitely ways to get there, right? You can do something like unguard, and then you're able to, you know, you can do some trickiness where you move it up, unguard, and then you're able to, you know, get some movement, some restanding. So it really depends on what these top cards are. And it's still very scary for Daryl, but we did just get the Raza on the board here, and I think maybe a second Raza. No. But we've got at the north battlefield 3 + 2 + 5, so 10, and then 9 on the southern one. Let's see what the top deck is for Gregory.
This needs to be like a movement draw, discipline draw, and it is a GA.
So it's still a chance here. We can equip it here to the Stellacorn. We're currently at 4 power.
It'll end up going in, trading, coming back, getting that draw.
Yeah, so we get only the draw from moving up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we're like, all right, what's our best numbers here? It looks like we are going to try to get the draw, see if we get an unguard or something, which would be huge.
Yeah, a discipline to potentially buff and draw an additional card. You just need to keep drawing into those cards as many as you can.
Biggest thing is that we're not immediately losing here on the other side. All right, for 2. Could be discipline.
There we go.
It is discipline. Now, I would have actually liked to see it beforehand because it stays for the turn. We could have traded with Raza with that discipline there.
I agree there.
Yeah.
That's a great point. It is that reaction speed, that discipline. Potentially holding on to it for the selection, though.
Yeah, but we can. I guess you're right. We need to keep it active. You're right, but it's so tough. We got to find. Yeah, nothing there. Yeah. And without perfect knowledge, yeah, it looks like no matter what the top cards of our decks were, we just weren't getting them. But Gregory put a really good fight up, really scary game, quickly getting to 7 with that Draven Audacious. It really could have gone either way.
Yeah, for sure. Man, that Thermo Beam, exactly the card they needed, exactly the card that you didn't want to see.
Yes, you did not want to see that at all. No.
With all those gears on the board, but what a great game.
100%. Yeah, really love to watch that one. So we've got one of our, top 2 champions here going into the finals here. We're going to have to see what our, matchup on the other side. We did have another Draven versus the Kaisa that we've been following previously. So we'll have to see what's in that finals here. But honestly, some great games and can't wait to see that.
Very excited. We're going to be going into our top match here. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're here at Hampton, Virginia at the Riftbound Coastal Series 10K hosted by the Booster Box. We're in day 2 and we are at the final round.
Yes, we are. Yeah, and it's probably going to be a long one, right? We've got quite the matchup. What we got at these final 2 seats?
So we have Daryl and Orlando. Last round they went into Aurelia and Lucian, both coming out on top, and they are both a part of teams. We got Daryl a part of Team Detonate, and we have Orlando part of Team Flex Q. Both had some high representation today, but they're both playing the same deck. So we're going to be seeing that Detonate version of Miracle Draven going head-to-head.
Yeah, and so, again, it's going to be quite the grind, right? We've seen, I think we've seen Daryl a couple times this week, and I don't think we've seen Orlando yet, but, a lot of thinking, and of course, untimed as well. And the other kind of extra part is these decks are near identical.
Near identical for sure. I believe the only differences here are the number of detonates, the number of treasure troves, and the Ride the Wind. I believe those are going to be the pieces that are different. Daryl here having more of the consistent detonate build. If we take a look at Orlando's build, we'll move over and we can see that it's going to be, yep, right here, we're going to be able to see that he has the Noxious Hopeful in there. So Orlando having more might in the deck, Daryl having more consistency in the deck.
Yeah, so, but again, not that big of a difference here. I don't think it's going to change the gameplay that much, but might make it easier. 2 extra copies of, smaller battering rams is still fine, and we're going to do the double Veiled Temple for game 1. Not too surprising, where, almost near mirror match. Our, first game battlefields are likely going to be the same.
Yeah, agreed. And we saw this a couple times already on stream. That Veiled Temple so strong with that last rites, it's able to unequip and equip and send back the cards we want from the trash to the bottom of the deck. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of that in this match here.
Yeah, that's what I would expect as well. So we'll go into it. Yeah, double Veiled Temple, double of the same legend and champion. Not too surprising there. We could be playing Draven Audacious in the champion area, but I think that the Vanquisher is still just such a good card here.
All right, solid fist bump before this game gets started. Oh, and a great start putting that 2 might unit down. We have that Traveling Merchant. When it moves, you discard a card, then draw a card. That engine gets started. Wow, a mirror move here.
Yeah. Unsurprising. Again, these could be really back-to-back plays here. We've got 4 open, so we could just, worst case, press the emergency button, play out the Draven here. We're going to discard a Merchant to draw 1. Got our first point here for Daryl.
Yeah, I think in this mirror match, the person that is holding will be at a slight disadvantage here, and the person that ends up putting their Vi unit down first is going to be in a tough position, because if they push and don't succeed, they're going to end up recycling a lot of cards that aren't too useful, and they're going to have to recycle right back through those cards.
Yeah, and looks like if we want to do the trade, looks like we will. Discarding the Fight or Flight there, playing out our own Draven, so near, again, identical match. We do lose a Fight or Flight here.
Yeah, that's a hard loss right there. That's going to be one of the key cards here.
We've got 6 runes for Dale. Haven't recycled anything quite yet.
Like you said, just near mirror here. I think the only difference is that trash, the Traveling Merchants. But stack deck big here. Starting to dig through, trying to find those engine pieces. Looks like we're seeing some called shots in that hand.
Yeah, so likely need 1, but we'll see what the third card is, if that's worth the pickup there.
Yeah, this would be a solid turn to try and get some of those gears like those seals down.
Oh, it looks like it is a seal, so maybe a choice between Called Shot and a seal.
Yeah, I think in this position, are you going to make use of the Called Shot to continue? But that will require you to go down since you don't have an Ezreal on the board yet. So I think it'd be a snap keep if there is an Ezreal in that hand.
Yeah, and so it's a big decision too. If we're trying to play a battering ram this turn, you're like, okay, how many cards am I actually playing? Right, we're playing 1 for the stack deck. Both the seal and the Called Shot representing a cost reduction for 1 for a card that we played for 0 runes, right? Which is helpful for getting in range for that. But looks like we've made our decision here, and we're going to continue our turn.
Very curious to see what that decision is going to be a little bit later in the game here. Maybe even right now, we don't know if that battering ram is coming down yet. But this is a open deck list top. So both players know exactly what's in each other's deck, so maybe Daryl is thinking on that choice there because we know Orlando has more might overall in the deck.
And we are just passing with 5 whole runes open, so a little bit surprising there. We didn't find anything else to really play, especially like in the Dead Knight build. There's not, I think, as many interaction cards. We were going to start off with a stack deck with Orlando, continuing our mirror match sincerely.
Yeah, basically mirror images here. It's truly been the same thing. If that Draven goes over to the other battlefield, we're even on the same battlefields here.
We are. And there's kind of like this weird condition that happens with this. So, if you do challenge, the attacking Draven procs there when attacking first, but, the Draven on defense, goes backwards. So you have the choice as Daryl to, recycle a rune, and then if your opponent, if you don't, then you can decide for Orlando what you want to do. So, but it looks like we are just going to do the detonate there, play out the trove, get the rune, get the draw there. Very nice.
Yeah, there we go. And that seal. Orlando having a little bit better of a start here with that engine being generated. Double seal, treasure trove, detonate, huge draw engine. Is that going to be the Ezreal here?
Looks like it will be. So we will be able to get the discard 1 to draw 2, getting rid of a bushwhack.
Yeah, having 6 in grave now. Draven scoring, making the points 1-2 here. Double seal, all tapped out.
Yep. So unfortunately, there wasn't a way to use a battering ram to really take advantage of the situation. We don't have quite enough cards in trash for a Raza quite yet, but put a lot of cards in trash, a lot of cycle, and we got that point.
Yeah, we did see a bushwhack in that grave here.
Yeah,
that
also,
like card.
I think we're actually considering on Daryl's side if we are going to do anything. We could rebuke this with the Veiled Temple, too. If we do get the Conquer, we are able to ready a Seal of Discord, which could mean essentially a free copy of the Called Shot, which would be very nice here.
I think that's exactly what the plan is here. So Daryl trying to put that answer in here.
And we're going to fight or flight it back. Okay.
I think that is the move. Rebuke not as strong in the mirror match right here for detonate because they just do get a lot of units for free. Even if it just goes back to your hand, you're playing that for basically such a reduced cost that it doesn't warrant that whole 2 power, 2 energy exchange that Rebuke requires.
For sure. And so we got the stack deck to start off the turn. Look at the top 3, finding something, randomly putting 2 at the bottom here. All right. First card of the turn.
Second stack deck here. Such a strong card. Just being able to pull exactly what you need. Obviously not as strong as that Called Shot, but okay, here comes a seal. And that 3 for that Ezreal. There we go. Same engine starting. Discarding the detonate, drawing 2. If we see another seal come down, then we got those mirror images again.
Yeah, we sure do. So, yeah, we've played, 3 cards, I believe, this turn already. We are going to play out the Treasure Trove, recycling for 1. Thinking about it, because we can pop the Trove ourselves, right? Really, what that offers is just like a recycle 1, get 1 active, and then you get a draw.
Yep, exactly right. They are playing that battering ram, trying to establish more might in the back. Daryl's tapped out here or has the 1 open? Has the 1 open. I guess one of the things to consider having that 1 open in the back, you can use stack deck as an action on your opponent's turn to try and start your turn with 1 additional card, exactly what you need.
Yeah.
Very strong sometimes when you see someone pull or make a move that gives you a little bit of a tell of what they're trying to do, what the strategy is, especially if it's the same deck you kind of know already. You're able to just tailor exactly what you're pulling off that stack deck and being ready on your turn.
Yeah, so we're going to move the Draven into the bottom temple here, which on the Conquer we are going to be able to re-ready up the Seal of Discord. Going to play another Seal of Discord here.
Now that's a strong play. Essentially just a free card, but also increasing the number of cards that are played here to reduce the rest of the cards that you're going to be able to play this turn. So much value in this engine.
Yeah, and I think we might be confirming something on the numbers here on how many cards we have in trash or how many cards we've played so far this turn. So
Looking like they were pointing at the Bushwhack. That was discarded last turn.
It was discard last turn. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Lots of laughter. These folks were talking together and
Mm-hmm.
basically checking in with each other all through day 1 and 2. Good friends here, playing the same deck. I guess they were making some changes to the deck without telling each other.
Oh, really? I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, so we go up to 2 points for Orlando here. We're going to play Raza here. We have to pay the 2 and just, tap a Seal of Discord. We got Battering Ram that we get to play for, I guess, reduction. Oh, and then 2 more.
Wow.
That is a lot of power on both these battlefields. So for the northern one, we've got a double 5 and a 3, so 13. And at the southern one, we've got a 6, 5, and 4, so a big 15 there as well.
Yeah, I think being ahead in points is definitely a strength in this one because you get to continue to commit the minimum each turn. However, with having so much might already on Orlando's side holding both bases, we are going to have to hard commit a couple units here and a lot of cards to try and get that off those battlefields.
Yeah.
Orlando with 2 open and 2 seals open as well. Called shot, and that is a seal, and I believe the other card is the Vi.
Mm-hmm. Which can be, you get these situations in this deck, right? You've got your one-ofs, right? You're like, I need to see this sometimes during this game. Is it worth giving up a seal right now? A lot of decision-making for a lot of these decks.
Daryl keeping us in mystery here every time
Yeah.
he has a called shot. I don't know what he's grabbing, but Orlando showing us very clearly, this is what I'm grabbing, camera.
Yeah. So again, 2 runes open for Orlando here. We've got some really large boards here, and it looks like we are going to push up to the northern one. We do have, a battering ram. I think it's 14 to 13 right now. Only a 1 might difference.
I think here Daryl's saying, show me that fight or flight here.
Fight or flight. There could be rebuke, which looks like we are actually just going to remove the board right there, only leaving the battering ram. We do get the Discord back active thanks to the the Veiled Temple here. And we're at 4 points now for Daryl to Orlando's 2. We are now going to detonate here, which is going to let us not only get a draw of not 1, not 2, but 3, but get us another rune back thanks to the treasure trove removed.
Yeah, detonating a treasure trove, huge.
Huge.
Especially in the mirror. That just allows you later in the game. It was already established. Later in the game, committing a little bit less, detonating it, getting all that value, especially after Orlando committed so much of his hand to that battlefield on the north and the south, and then taking that loss on the north here, that hand advantage is going to be huge.
All right, so it looks like we are going to play a seal for a seal. We're going to play the second seal, third seal. Third seal.
Let's see that third seal.
Thinking about it. It looks like we are going to pay the 3 and the 1, so maybe another Ezreal's hitting the board. Oh, no, just a 3.
Rites.
Okay, for the last rights.
All right, let's count that trash here. This is going to matter to see what we can return.
And again, with last rights, we do have that when holding effect as well. So it really puts some urgency for Orlando to try to interact with that other battlefield. But sometimes the movement with this deck is a little deceptive, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 5 runes still up. Looking like contemplating here. Doesn't know what they want to recycle back. If they even want to do it. Sometimes it's a little early, because once it's attached there. I mean, they are on the Veiled Temple, and it's not a hold trigger. It's a conquer trigger. When you conquer, you can ready a friendly gear, and if it's equipment, you can attach it. So,
yeah. So putting 2 cards at the bottom, Called Shot, and the Fight or Flight, which is in random order since they're recycling there. We do get the attachment there at 7 currently. Not sure how many cards in trash, but I think we have at least 10 at this point for Daryl, if not very close. And we're going to pass with 5 open.
yeah, Daryl ahead in points. going to be able to commit less and less to the board, saying, Orlando, do you have the answers? You have to be able to move your units. You have to commit those cards to, bring your units back and attack this battlefield, or even generate new units to attack my battlefield. And there's that last rights.
All right, looking at cards and trash again, if we want to attach it, we are just going to use the seal there for the attachment there.
Is that a stacked deck and a called shot?
I believe so, yeah.
Choosing not to return some of those battle spells like the fight or flight, but instead looking for that consistency.
Ooh, we've got Ride the Wind.
Ooh.
Looking at if we want to interact with this.
Is that the Rasa? Yep, the Rasa with the last rights. 8 to 7. Yeah. Perfect number.
Perfect number. We've seen so many of like these 1 power differences in this match already. This is going to be huge. Not only is this going to be able to get rid of this, but if we do have another Raza in our trash, we're able to play it out. But we are going to spend the expensive Rebuke to remove it from the board. Raza is just so easy to play once again, though, when we have our trash set up the same way. But I think this is the first one of the first combat wins of the game, right? So we do get a draw off of that.
Yeah, that draw is big. I think the person with most cards has so much more utility, so many more options to play here. Oh, looking like going to detach. Yep.
Yeah, just confirming how many cards are in the trash here.
Yeah, making sure the magic number is 12 there, right, to make sure that Rasa is still going to come down for free.
Yeah. So Raza's going to go back to the Veiled Temple.
All right, bringing back that Battering Ram and Draven. Yep, attaching, and what's returning this time? I think this time it'll be those combat spells. All right, and there's that Noxious Hopeful we were talking about during the deck list discussion, adding just a little bit more might into Orlando's deck, putting a unit in the back, having a full team to swing with next turn. Passing over with 3 runes up.
So 3 runes up, but we did actually, get to hold with the last rights here, so we will be able to play something from our trash if we so desire. And, very quickly, Darrow's been holding a lot of points. We're at 5 at the start of this turn. And, yeah, just deciding what we bring back with these last rights.
And Orlando has a pretty scary backline back there. Noxious Hopeful, Battering Ram, and a Draven that could potentially go up to 15 might with those 3 units. Holding with a Rasa and a Last Rites as well. I mean, 8 is no joke on that southern battlefield.
It is not. All right, we're going to play out the Draven here for the 4. Again, no real reduction here, but the fact that we, quote unquote, get to draw the card from trash to play it, so we still kind of get a, +1 in advantage here. Not that, again, these decks are all about drawing anyways, but.
Exactly, but it's just less rune commitment to get those draws.
Mm-hmm.
Last Rites, incredibly strong. I believe this is what we were talking about when we're saying, when we end up holding, when we're ahead in points and get that hold, the Last Rites just become stronger. Those units that just died for that push just come right back. Draven being such a strong unit to bring back. And here we see the Ride the Wind.
Okay, interesting here.
Interesting choice.
Yeah, because the numbers are not in our favor, right?
I believe that's 7 to 8.
Oh, but we're going to Fight or Flight back. So we had 2 open. So we're going to Fight or Flight back there, Raza. So we're going to be able to get the point there.
That's a win in combat as well.
Yes. We're going to move it back. Looks like we're not going to. We could have Last Rites to play something from the trash, but maybe just play out 2 Razas that are maybe stuck in hand. Yeah, that's the case. So
there we go.
6 points to 3. Not only were we able to get the point, but we were able to deny Orlando the point here. So we're just kind of chilling now.
Yeah, I like this. It's saying, I'm in the lead at 6 points. Orlando, you need to make up that difference here. So you need to put your units up here and hold. And next turn, I have this menacing back line to push towards you, potentially conquering both battlefields and winning the game.
Yeah. So again, but there's a lot of might in both bases right now, right? Both battlefields are technically empty right now too. I know the board is getting a little bit wild, so it's hard to tell at times, but And again, we've got so many runes for Orlando. Just they've been able to keep super healthy with their runes just because of these early seals that they're able to play.
All right, that Noxious Hopeful going in, readying that seal, and then getting that called shot essentially for free.
Yeah, I don't know. Just called shot for essentially free this entire turn so far is wildly good. And then we can, again, go here. Raza's able to not only get the point here, we're going to 5. We're able to, again, ready the Seal of Discord, and then we're going to pay for something from our trash from there. So it could be like an Ezreal.
I believe that's going to be the Ezreal there. Yep, discarding a card and drawing 2. Oh,
and playing it there. Yeah, because we can play it anywhere that we have units.
Discarding the scrap heap as well, so all that extra value.
It's just an extra draw here.
Oh, right. Hard playing a scrap heap. Yep. Looking for the answers here.
I mean, we haven't seen a detonate from Orlando quite yet, so that could, again, just offer another draw 3 for us.
I believe that's what he took.
Yeah.
Yeah, going to detonate that scrap heap potentially.
Looking at power here again, these are at the base, not the battlefield, but we've got double Raza, which offers 12. We've got the Draven, which is base 4, but can make another 6 there with the additional rune recycling here. We've got a battering ram with a shovel, making it 7.
Yeah, these are the complicated turns here because someone in the holding pattern has a little bit more of a disadvantage in my mind for this matchup here, because if it passes over to Daryl, he just needs to conquer both to win the game, and we could see those, win cons like Vi that he ended up maybe picking up earlier. We know we saw it already. Something like a Ride the Wind, Bushwhack, Vi, those are, oh
my gosh. Okay, so real quick, let's see how my quick maths are going. So we've got a, I think triple Raza. One has a shovel, so we're at 20 just from that. We've got an additional 11, so 31. And then we've got the potential of 2 more in case we need to from the Draven. So 31 going on to 33 on that bottom Veiled Temple currently.
Yeah, I think Orlando's saying, okay, I'm only going to give you 1 here.
Yeah.
Oh, but still 3 runes up as well. 2 Chaos, 1 Fury, lots of battle tricks left. That deck that Daryl was counting right now is the thickest I've seen it.
Yeah.
In the streams that Daryl's been on. So not drawing nearly as much, but still about half of the deck, right?
It's just so much. So the only kind of saving grace here is that Orlando's only at 5, right? If Orlando was at 6, we'd be kind of worried for them to go up to 7 at the start of the next turn and maybe push for 8 on the other battlefield. We're at 6, though, for Daryl, so there's a solid chance that our response is just to take the Northern Veiled Temple, do the same thing, put 30 of our own power or so on that one, and just hope that's enough for, not enough interaction from Orlando.
I agree. Taking that Northern Veiled Temple there and deciding to hold there with all your units, all that might, you're going to end up going to 7, and then if Orlando can't answer it, since all of his units are over there on the southern battlefield, it'll pass back over and Daryl will end up winning.
Yeah, and I think there's like some cool interactions that we could happen with it. So, for example, we could put a Raza up there first into the top Veiled Temple. It will trade with the Hopeful, and then we can get the battering ram up there, and we can just play out the Raza once again. So that can save you a lot of cost if you need to. Yeah, there's a lot of plays, obviously, with so many runes, so many cards in hand, and so many cards in trash.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic play.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
there may be some alternate avenues with that huge hand that Daryl has, though. So there goes that stacked deck to see if we have different answers here.
All right, with the stacked deck, looking top 3, found our target from there. Going to decide
Yeah, making sure we know what's going to the bottom, what's going in trash, what's in my hand. Got to keep track of all of that.
All right, going to play 2 and recycle 1 for a
Bushwhack.
Bushwhack. Okay.
Here we go. That is one part of the win-con combination here.
And especially with that last rights, right, where we can just bring a Raza back and get that advantage. We're going to play out an Ezreal, again, active, getting rid of a treasure trove to draw 2. We've got 4 runes active right now, so if we have copies of like Battering Ram, this Last Rites is going to, again, be very helpful for getting cards back.
Here we go, making a move.
All right, we're going 7 into 7 currently.
Yeah, making that trade so the Last Rites falls off.
Now we are able to move the Ezreal up there. Looks like we are going to attach something. Yeah, just play out another Raza from there.
Man, every unit coming in ready.
Mm-hmm.
What a strong card, Bushwhack.
So it looks like we are going to try to equip something. Oh, looks like there is a decision there. Yeah, because I think we were thinking about attaching the Last Rites to something to get another card to be played off of our trash.
I agree. The number of cards we played, that Battering Ram is going to be significantly reduced.
Mm-hmm.
Probably checking how many units we can play as well.
Yeah. There's just a lot of possibilities. I'm trying to think if there's something fancy you can do with the Veiled Temple where you can then detach the Last Rites and then attach it again.
Ooh.
And okay.
Trying to get the Raza in the trash?
I believe so. So this is going to get a good trade of 8. So we're going to get rid of a Raza as well as the Merchant. We can just get rid of their Last Rites. Yeah, but no, we're just going to get that there.
Yeah, there we go. Detaching it. Eventually just reattaching it and getting more of the cards that we need, the battle tricks and all those things at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, so I really like this kind of gameplay here because we know we get like this quote-unquote like permanent +2 buff to our cards. Now, we are trading with Orlando and the fact that Orlando is going to be able to get a draw every time this happens. So,
all right, looking like making sure he wants to keep that Draven, buffing it up.
Yeah.
Last Rites falling up.
All right, so currently we've got double 6s and a 5, so we've whittled it down to 17 might on this southern battlefield, but it's something that, if we keep bumping with Draven every turn, like it keeps getting bigger. Every time there's a combat, we're giving Orlando another card draw every turn. Looks like we're going to go into the Ezreal here.
Got to make sure we do stay at that magic 10 number to ensure that that Rasa does come back for free.
Yeah, so looks like we are going to push towards the northern battlefield, which will let us not only ready a seal, but then play out something from our trash. So there's a good chance that we're playing Raza. We're going to untap the sealed and then retap it to play the Raza once again.
Yeah, I honestly think that this is going to be a detach here by conquering the Veiled Temple, reattaching, going down to the other battlefield and beefing up both with units from the grave.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like it is just going to be a Battering Ram, which once again, you get to play it active.
Ooh, that is so strong.
Yeah, detach it as mentioned. And if we're feeling confident enough, looks like, yeah, we are going to attach it once again. Go 8 here.
Just slowly dwindling down the might at that battlefield. This is kind of the same plan we were discussing when Detonate plays against Aurelia, where Aurelia has the ability to continue to go in, dwindle down the total might at that battlefield, and that ends up being the answer.
Yeah, and we're playing a second Battering Ram. We're going to again attach. This is going to be our last way to use a purple rune, but if we end up winning this battlefield, we are able to untap our Seal of Discord. We're going to recycle 1 red to make this an 8, so a lot of numbers here. Looks like it's going to be double 5s +6, so 16 +2 18. We're going to rebuke the Battering Ram. We're going to push the Raza back, and that's going to be our 8th point. Darrow takes it.
Wow. What a quick exchange right there. What a decisive turn as well. We knew that was going to be the key turn there. And man, oh man, did we see that. That interaction, it was almost as if both of them had it played out in their head already.
Yeah, there's just, again, when you have this equipment, when you have just so much of these runes saved up after using their seals throughout the game, you can just keep giving this +2 buff. You're able to keep playing cards. Bushwhack, putting cards out from the trash active. There's just a lot of power you get aggressively as well.
Bushwhack, MVP card today.
For sure. So we're going to see how game 2 ends up going for them as well. Again, we're pretty similar deck-wise, so I'm not sure what our choices could be. I do think like the Ferris Forerunner is kind of a good value card for the mirror match at times. It's very difficult to remove outside of a Rebuke. Maybe the Thunder Song.
What do you think about that falling star there?
It's fine. I don't think it's terrible either. Like, it does get rid of a Raza by itself, right? We're also, not playing into, the standard build, meaning that there's not any like spinning axes, right, or anything like that. So the power boost is not going to be too impactful. There is the choice of like the hard bargain as well. So, I would imagine both players know what they want to, play in the mirror match. But, again, very similar decks, not only in the main, but also in the side.
Yeah, absolutely. I do see one of the differences is the Thermal Beam, though. Orlando not playing that one, but Daryl playing the Thermal Beam. I think that was for those heavy gear matchups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So that could be the thing is that it does get rid of all equipment on the board, so your own seals get hit by it, right? So that can be hurtful. Your own last right, so it can be a decision there. But we're going to game number 2 here. We're going to see what battlefields these players choose. And we'll go from there. So, again, very similar. It's going to be double obelisk once again, so continuing the mirror match. And Orlando's going to, I guess, choose if they want to go first or second here.
Yeah, double obelisk. I think going first is huge already, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get to initially have initiative.
Yep.
And double obelisk of power. You're starting at 4. You're going to slap that Draven Legend right down.
Yeah, it's super easy. So it does depend on if Orlando decide to go first or second here. There's a chance that they decide to go second, knowing that if they go second, they have 4. But then they'll, they're gonna have 5 now instead. So it is we'll see what happens.
Quick mulligan here. Very interested to see what that sideboard was going to be like. Yep, choosing to go first here, slapping down that Draven Legend. It's so strong.
It's so strong.
Has the initiative.
Yeah.
Mirror copies right here. No seals from either side yet. This would be the solid turn to start generating, yep, exactly, generating that engine that allows you to discard, continue to draw, and there we go. We see that scrap heap discarded, get that additional draw.
Yeah, this is huge. So one card we've played so far, it looks like we're going to play out the seal, so card number 2 has hit the board for the turn.
Yeah, this is turn 2.
Yeah, we've got called shot, so we've got 3 cards using the seal here. Looks like getting the bushwhack, putting back the card there. We've got another seal potential.
That's a key decision right there.
Yeah, not sure exactly what Orlando got, but looks like we are going to push the Draven up. It's going to go forward to the battlefield, going to our first point. We've played, I think, 3 cards, so we could be playing out a Battering Ram here for 2, which we are just the Hopeful, and then, okay, Battering Ram for 1 after the Hopeful is being played. So casually, what, a 4, 4, and 5, so 13 power on that southern battlefield.
Not just that, a total of 4 or 5, that's 9, and then the Ezreal as well, playing about 12 cost worth of cards there.
Yeah, just a lot there. So I'm going to start off with the stack deck. First card here on the turn for Daryl. Look at the top 3.
Want to get the engine started on both sides so we could keep up the pace between these 2 detonate players. Man, Called Shot, absolutely amazing card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of, especially with Ezreal, even without Ezreal, right, just the idea that, one, when you're all about playing cards and putting cards in the trash, the fact that you can spend 0 active runes and be able to use the call shot makes the big difference. Is why a lot of these decks, I think, are able to survive and be the way they are, is because they can cheat out some cost reductions using the call shot and draw some new cards, too.
Looking like Daryl choosing to go to the northern battlefield here, scoring the points, keeping it even.
Yeah, not surprised they weren't feeling like, trying to battle on that southern one. We're going to play our own Ezreal. It's going to be at the battlefield itself. And looks like we are going to be, let's see, maybe playing out a Seal of Discord ourselves. Oh, we get the discard 1, draw 2 first. You're right.
Traveling Merchant there. Same card that Daryl discarded last game in the beginning, seeming like there's not a whole lot of value if it's not coming out. Obelisk of Power games where you already have so much runes in the beginning, not necessarily needed as that quick 2 rune unit.
Looks like we're for one, maybe playing another stack deck. Yeah, so this will be the third card that we've played so far this turn.
I'm seeing a Rasa in there as well, so it may have potentially just went to the bottom of the deck since we only have 3 in discard right now.
If we have, I think our best play here is probably going to be a seal into a called shot. Doing so would, okay, well, you can just also play this for 2. That's also just fine.
Yeah, it looks like Daryl choosing to beef up that northern battlefield and going into a hold strategy.
But again, pretty similar boards already. I think Orlando being able to find and establish a seal is going to get a lot of dividends. Obviously, just playing another one right now.
Yeah, Orlando truly seeing all of those seals and those value cards for that engine with the called shots, with the scrap heaps, getting additional card draw. Very big here.
All right, looks like for 2. And the seal here, we are going to be playing out maybe...
Gotta ride the wind?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what okay, bushwhack, sorry. So they have to keep it red. So that does also give us a gold token.
Well, I imagine this is going to be some more noxious hopefuls and some more battering rams here. Okay. Just a seal?
We can also detonate tokens. So that could be the choice. We can't obviously tap the seal for a red, recycle a red Fury one, so might be a bit of a decision here, but it looks like we are spending 2.
Just double checking where this needs to go. Yep, that is a ride the wind.
Yeah, it's going to be ride the wind. We're going to move the Draven back. Okay.
I like it. It's still ready. It can contest that northern battlefield. Choosing to use the Draven ability, pumping it to 6. 6 into 3 from Ezreal to 9, and then, was that a rebuke?
Yeah, we get to, alternatively choose if we're defending ourselves, so.
Correct. It is the attack and defend triggers first.
Yeah. So technically, Daryl had the choice to do it first, because you activate the attack, and you activate defending it. Procs backwards. So
resolving that chain backwards, absolutely.
All right, so not doing that. We are going to rebuke, likely what probably
that Draven.
Yeah, the Draven's probably the good choice because we're still going to be winning by 1. Yeah, it's a little bit the battering ram. You don't really care about putting that card out again. So we are going to keep the Draven around. We are going to get another gold here. We do lose the Ezreal, which is still an important piece. We're also only at 2 runes for Orlando, but all of our future kind of recycling should be pretty cheap for our runes for the next 4.
Yeah, getting that additional draw off the combat win as well was really big, trying to replenish that hand. 2 runes is tough, especially with no chaos runes.
Yeah.
But we got those seals up top. I think Orlando's saying, I'm okay to take this next turn with 4 runes. I do have these seals. I have these gold tokens.
Mm-hmm. And we've got Daryl at 1 and an empty board, which, again, the Miracle build's not always as good at putting cards out on the board quickly and moving them outside of Bushwhack, which I think Orlando showed, you can use it pretty aggressively early as well, but might not have the setup to be able to take the same advantage that Orlando did.
Exactly. With those seals and the gold tokens, Orlando could continue to build back up. And I think with an empty board, Daryl's going to have to recycle a couple of those rooms to get in a similar board state.
Yep. So again, we've got 8 runes right here. We've got double Fury, double Chaos. We've got only 5 cards in our trash here, which, when we have a double Obelisk, the amount of runes to cards in trash might be a little deceptive at times. But it looks like we're going to start off with maybe a called shot. Tell Daryl's it's in a pretty tricky position here.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, do I want to start establishing these seals in the back, setting up a similar board position? But man, oh man, those points, if Orlando has both battlefields when it passes back over, he's going to be at 5 here to Daryl's 1. And that point disparity is going to make a huge difference. Orlando is going to have to commit less to the board. He'll be in a better position, and that's just really tough.
Yeah, and again, I feel are in more of an advantage in this deck when you're attacking than defending. So because of that, too, you're going to be able to get to 5 points, safely move things back. And then we are actually going to start with a Bushwhack of our own. So, saying Orlando can do it, I can do it. Let's see what we can do here.
There we go. I like that Bushwhack card. It's been truly an MVP. And there's that seal we were discussing.
All right, so we've played 2 cards already this turn.
All right, that might be a battering ram here. No, okay.
That's going to be Ezreal. So we've played 3. We're going to get rid of maybe a detonate. All right. Still thinking on the discard here from Ezreal.
Yeah, these decisions are so key in this matchup. What you discard, I mean, although you can get it back when you don't have the engine established, I mean, that deck is still pretty thick and full of cards, so you're probably not going to see it for a little while. That is going to make or break some of these decision points.
Yeah, and Daryl's just like, man, what do I do here? So, you know, there's a chance that they're really kind of banking on finding something off this Ezreal here. You know, we've played 3 cards. We want to, you know, we try to play 4 cards before we play our battering rams, right? That's where it's the big issue. And so we do use the detonate here. We got to recycle 1, get rid of it.
That Bushwhack generating an exhausted gold for you to target and kill with your detonate to draw 2, that's an amazing combo piece right there.
Yeah, super good. Maybe not what we're wanting to do, though, because we're just so far behind, I find. Like, we can double battering ram here if we want to. We can have them, you know, attack into the southern battlefield, and, you know, we go 1 for 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, looks like we're maybe even playing a Raza out. So I think we've got 8 cards. Yeah, we're going to play Raza out. We're going to try to go 6 into the Draven there. Yeah, we're going to trade it there.
Trade, yep, and then push in the Ezreal.
Get the draw 1 from winning the combat there. Orlando's got 1 rune left, so, you know, they have been very aggressive with their recycling. But, you know, kind of a, you know, I think Daryl was trying to make a turn where we're playing the Ram, and it just didn't make sense.
Yeah, that Bushwhack allowing for that interesting development up there, allowing to send 1 in, trade, and then bring in the Ezreal to conquer, prioritizing that, but still establishing a seal at the same time, making sure that that point disparity didn't get even larger. I think it was a great move by Daryl.
Yeah, so we end up using the double treasure. So we tap 1 to pay the power cost for the detonate, and then we use the other one, you know, we just pop the other one for the draw 2, and then, yeah, we do have the fight or flight to move back, push up, and then we're going to hide something at the northern battlefield. And yeah, it's 5, I believe, to 2 now, because we did get an extra point for conquering that Obelisk of Power.
I actually feel like that hidden card, I know we've been seeing a lot of fighter flights, but that might be that Bushwhack we've been talking about, so that you can reveal it on your turn for free, essentially, and everything comes in ready. You could use all of your runes. That it's going to be 5 on Orlando's side, but you need to maximize as much as possible, right? So having that, not having to play that Bushwhack from hand is going to be really big when it returns back to Orlando's side.
It sure will be. So we've got 6 cards on the rune side for Daryl. I believe we've got close to 10 in the trash. I think actually 10 now, since we played Raza for 2, and 2 more cards are now hit the trash here. We're going to play 4 for maybe the Draven that was rebuked back in the early game. But again, once it's in hand, it's really tough to find the time to actually play it out again.
I agree, especially in an Obelisk of Power. It was established so early, and your runes are continually being recycled. So, you know, committing 4 when you don't have a board and only have 2 left, that's really tough.
Yeah, so it looks like our choices, and then instead Ezreal, we do get the Scrap Heap, so it is a discard 1, draw 3. So that is helpful. We're going to play another seal by recycling another rune. That's our 2nd card of the turn. We're going to use the seal to likely play out a Called Shot or another seal. Yeah, it's going to be Called Shot. So this is our 3rd card played for the turn.
Grabbed another Called Shot. I believe that was another Rasa going to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. And looks like another seal.
I think that's a treasure trove on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that's a scrap heap.
That might be a Scrap Heap, yeah. So we got the seal of hand, Scrap Heap to the bottom. We're going to recycle another room for, I believe, another seal. There it is. And we're going to rest it for, we're instead going to play, what, a stack deck maybe? Or a battering ram?
Maybe even a detonate here.
Battering ram. Yeah, and then we're going to be playing out for just recycling one. Oh, we're going to ride the wind.
Ride
Sorry.
the wind.
My bad. So we're going to go 5-4 here.
Oh, let's see if this is fight or flight. I think that would have been a snap reveal if it was.
Yeah. And it
Oh,
is
it
fight or
is.
flight, yeah, but it just means that, yeah, again, since we ride the wind, it's active for the ram, so we get to essentially just move it back up there. We're going to get the draw from winning the combat. We're going to move the ram back. Yeah, I don't know if the ram was, I thought it was at the battlefield, unless they moved it back last turn.
Okay, just some clarification. It was in the base there.
Yeah, okay. Understood. So we're going to start off with 5. We're just going to pass the turn after moving the ram back. We're going to play out the Ezreal for 3, using the seal here.
Oh, that's a good scrap heap there.
Yeah, quick draw 3. Now, again, there's been just the benefit. Daryl went from what? Did he play all 3 seals that turn? It was pretty close, right? Like, they've just been seeing the seals back and forth. We're going to use a copy of the stack deck here.
Yeah.
Counting number of cards in the trash, because I do think there was a Raza scene. Yeah,
That's definitely a Rasa. I think Daryl counting cards in hand or in the trash as well, just to make sure. Yeah, because if he holds both of these units here, or both of these battlefields with a beefed up unit at each, I mean, I don't know what you do here. You're going to end up going over to the magic number.
yeah. So we're at 5 since we did put up the Noxus Hopeful to the northern battlefield there. We can go to 6 if we put the ram in the southern one. We're going to play one more copy of the stack deck here.
A seal, Ezreal, and one other card. Completely tapped out now. I got a quick peek at there. Has a couple of win cons already in the hand. All right, just choosing to move up to the northern one.
Yeah, keeping it at 5, leaving the ram at the bottom here. It's kind of awkward since the battering ram already established and just go 5-4 and take it back. But, Orlando has a little bit of breathing room. We're so far ahead on points that we can just kind of wait it out and probably try to, once we get to 6, I think that's the important number for us to maybe get a double conquer on one turn.
I will say, although there is a 2-point difference between these players right now, Daryl was able to take that last turn and establish all of those seals and have quite a bit of might in that back line.
All right, we got the big dice here.
Big dice, huh?
Yeah, just a little upgrade there. So just keeping track of how many cards Daryl's played for turn, just for helpfulness. So we've played 1 so far with the stack deck, and I think we're still deciding the card that we get from it.
Yeah, and thank you so much to our head judge there in the back, Ed, and Aiden sitting there at the stream judge, changing out our dice for us so it looks a little bit cleaner on this stream.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Looks like Daryl still holding that Draven Legend in hand. The white card. I wonder what card that could be,
Yeah, just like, I gotta keep it there.
But 6 runes open here.
Yeah, 5-4, pretty easy. Get the draw, get the point.
Yep, easy exchange there. Wow, absolutely stacked hand on Orlando's side. You see that? All the battle tricks, all the called shots, all the discard fodder, everything you need.
Yeah. Well, that's the trash.
Oh, that's
yeah.
I see.
If you got Fizz, you got half those cards in your hand. So,
yeah, Fizz a card I haven't seen a whole lot this weekend. That was a key piece that I was seeing a lot of in some of these decks.
Yeah, I'd say that you've got room for it in like the more standard Miracle build, but these Detonate builds, something's got to get out of the deck, right? So like just getting the draw, I think is helpful. Fizz in general, I've been seeing a little bit less and less every week. So it's it's a great card, but there's just been so many great Chaos cards that have come out this set.
Honestly, Chaos has it all.
They do. They've got so much going for it.
I think there's a little bit of favoritism happening on the Chaos department over there.
Hey, I mean, it's aptly named, right? It's chaotic for a reason. You've got all these kind of things going on. Destruction, card draw, deception. A lot going on for the Chaos color.
They could do it all.
They really can. They really can do it all.
I do love that. But that Fizz card, traditionally I was seeing it more in those actual Ezreal Legend builds, and it saw some time in some of the Aurelia builds as well to try and play some of those buff spells. You essentially go from that 9 count up to that 12 count instead, because Fizz can play those spells out of trash.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know the full numbers of Ezreals we had. I think we showed it earlier, but there's just less Ezreal, I feel like, at this event than what I'm used to. And I think part of it is maybe these Detonate builds, they're pretty similar, but I think maybe Detonate's just at the same kind of level of complexity is a little bit better in this current meta, potentially. So the fact that we just have a lot of reductions, not just the Razas, but also the Noxus Hopefuls, the Battering Rams, that's just kind of leaning more to this kind of gameplay style that I think Ezreal was trying to get to.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of weird that Draven is making use of that miracle package. Maybe
Yeah,
even a little
yeah.
bit better than Ezreal himself. But you're absolutely right. In the Vegas tournament, we saw it was the 4th most represented deck with 74 decks and a pretty high conversion rate as well. So it was interesting to see that it fell off, in these 10K circuits that have been happening the last couple weeks.
For sure. All right, so it looks like we are thinking about what we're doing here. We did use a detonate on one of our Seal of Discords. We're going to pay 1 to be able to play the Raza for free, so it was off the seal. We're looking like paying 2 to be able to play out either like I say, a Battering Ram, since we've played 3 cards already, deciding where we're playing it.
Yeah, these are key turns here. This would be a turn to make sure that the setup that you set up the turn prior does not get wasted. We're going to try and make up that point disparity and beef up these battlefields so that it's not an easy double conquer for Orlando to win the game.
Yeah. So instead, it looks like we're playing a 3rd rune for something. Could be an Ezreal instead, if we find that we have the time for it.
All right, here we go.
No, it is okay. It is going to be the.
Oh. Maybe.
Yeah, because we they had 5 up. Yeah, I think he just tapped 1 more. Just confirming. Yeah,
Yep,
yeah. So it should just be 2.
Really glad we moved over to that.
Yeah,
big
the big dice. Yeah.
All right, playing that treasure trove.
Or thinking about it. Yeah, I like again. We've got so many cards in hand. A lot of choices here.
All right.
Oh, we are going to play out the.
Oh, Draven.
The Draven. Yeah.
He said, "I'm tired of looking at this thing in my hand."
Yeah. Let's get it out of there. And then so that's our 4th card, our reduction of 1.
There we go.
Without the Ram. And potentially hide something, at the top one using our Seal of Discord there.
Yeah, I think you have to if you're going to be in that holding pattern here, especially since we do see a Battering Ram and an Ezreal on Orlando's backline there.
Yeah. So, goodbye, Big Dice. I'm sure we'll see you later.
A little bit of shuffling here.
Oh, and these were, okay. We're
just repositioning.
Yeah.
Understood. Yeah. Understood. All right. Let's do a mic count here. So we got that Battering Ram at 5.
Yep.
Rasa is a 6, taking it to 11. Ezreal is 3, taking it to 14. And then we have the Draven there, taking it to 18, and potentially a +2 to take it to a nice even 20.
Yep, that is correct there. So, and we do have, again, it's crazy how much Orlando's been able to recover on their runes, just mostly due to, having these seals, having those treasure tokens, really making it so you're not even losing it. We're going to bring back the big dice.
Big dice back in the house here. Oh, yeah, Treasure Trove and Ross's getting the pieces that he needs here. But you're absolutely right. Orlando was down to 1 rune at a point.
Yeah. And are we actually at 6 points? Were we holding the bottom one? Or are we actually at 6? Looks like we're at 6, and we did bushwhack. So I think if we get both battlefields, we do get this game here. So
yeah, I think it'll be an easy push 1 unit like the Ezreal at the bottom and contend the northern battlefield with everyone else. But there is a hidden card. Fight or flight can change up the math here. All right, let's do a mic check. 6, 12, another 10 from the Battering Rams, 22, and then 27.
Yeah, I mean, we can just do the thing. The other thing, too, is that, we're just looking at what the numbers look like. So even with the, we're just going to scoop it up. We're going to say, you know what, I can't contend with that. You got the point there. It was a fight or flight, but even with it, I still lose the point conversion, and we're going to go to that game 3.
Man, these games, very, very interesting. we are seeing some of the beefiest battlefields and biggest mites that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, and honestly, like I think that's the first game I've seen Daryl lose this weekend, right? Like he's probably lost some. The record was 902 going into this, top or just today or this weekend in general. So, yeah, it's interesting to see the loss from him.
Yeah, for sure. But, he was one of the creators of the deck.
Yep.
And, facing an opponent that is piling it really well as well, I bet that is really, really rewarding to see when your own deck is just, being used by someone else. And it's like, wow, this really caught on. And this is, you're doing it so well. And we're having a great game back and forth. That's such a great feeling.
Yeah, it's really cool to see your influence into the community at times, to see what that is. And also, like, what that also means is, like, putting your idea out there means that other people can add to it, right, or adjust it, or, there's no way that you're always going to have the perfect build. So likely some cards that they thought of or didn't think of, and that's really cool for seeing that as well.
Yeah, adding just a little bit of your own flavor onto the, the established mains, right?
Yes. So we're going to our third and final game. This is the finals. This is for all of the glory here. Who's going to get our first place here? We got Daryl and Orlando. Once again, going to be a double Zon Warren. So 3 for 3 on the double battlefields. And let's see how Daryl starts it off.
Yeah, it changes the game completely. We had a double obelisk. You started off with 4 and 5 runes. Now we're back down to 2.
That too, yeah. Like that is quite the difference here.
Normally a very quick and easy, interesting first play. We got that scrap heap. When it's played, discarded or killed, you get that extra draw one. You do usually want to see that traveling merchant on turn 1. It's
yeah, I mean, when we've got doubles on Warrens, right, no matter where you go, as long as you conquer, you get the draw 2. But if you got nothing better to do, you at least get the addition that it can be hit by the detonate as well. But playing the Draven for 4 and passing.
Yeah, I really do like the addition of that Noxious Hopeful into Orlando's deck because you played that seal and then it got reduced already. Great beginning turn.
Yeah, it's such a good reduction there. And we are just going to, for 4, we're going to play out our Draven. And then for the seal, we're going to hide something there. That's a big battlefield.
Oh, yeah. Definitely don't want to be going down there.
No. So moving up to the top, immediately. We've got a second scrap heap, so it's going to be a discard 1, draw 2 off the Zon Warrens. We will be at 1 point apiece here. 6 runes still left to work with. Again, if we have detonate, we can get a nasty draw 3.
Yeah,
but it's going to start with the stack deck.
Yeah, that stack deck going to be very important here. Oh, seeing some key cards here. Decides to take the seal, though.
Yeah. And again, sometimes it is when both players have near infinite cards in hand, right? The seals end up, I think, being the breaker there. So seeing our first seal, going to be playing out the 2 for the treasure trove, which we are going to just pop immediately by using the seal. So kind of get that back.
Yeah, lots of card draw from Daryl's side. Trying to see the pieces that Orlando saw and trying to outpace as well. Yep, there's that traveling merchant we were talking about. And, here's that battering ram for that extremely reduced cost.
Yep, and maybe we're thinking of where they were playing it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but both will be back in the base, it seems.
Yeah, I like that double Zon Warrens as well. With that traveling merchant, you're going to end up discarding a whole lot of cards, seeing the pieces that you need.
Yeah.
All right, Orlando starting off with 2, getting his own treasure trove here, detonating it. Great value.
And that is, again, like essentially just makes up for the rune that you have to recycle. So really good value there for like a 2 combo, draw 3.
Orlando on 2 points, 3 runes, still up. It's a tough decision. You have 8 at the bottom, can go to 10, but really need to establish that Ezreal to start reducing some of your costs. That could be the point if you... Oh, no, looking like just going to continue to beef up that southern battlefield.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not a terrible choice here. It's going to be really tough. But again, as mentioned, like when you are the aggressor, like you can find out the math that makes sense to get the numbers there. Again, a lot of 5s and 4s. So, there can just be some great trades. Even just like attacking the ram into the ram can just be a great trade for you if you need to. Just got to be careful that as a defender, you're usually drawing a lot more cards for these kind of 1-for-1 trades.
Yep, looking like going over there with that traveling merchant, discarding a scrap heap, getting so much value.
Yeah, that's our third and final one there. So No more scrap heaps in rotation currently, but
Currently, that's
yeah,
the key word,
currently,
right?
yes, yeah, but they might come sneaking back.
We didn't see as much of that last right action, I feel like, in Game 2 that we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely was really helpful. We're not playing a lot of copies of it. I think it's just a one a piece for it, but it can still be around. Looks like we're going to be playing out a seal to play a seal, and then we're going to pop the seal to get the ramp. So again, these treasure troves with the seal, just being able to continually get that additional ramp is really, really nice.
Yeah, Daryl seeing all the draw pieces here. Filling up that hand, that's going to be what matters in the end of the game.
So it looks like we're going to play 2. Could be another detonate to get rid of the scrap heap, which again would be a draw 3.
If this is a detonate on that scrap heap, I was going to say, we're going to have to start a draw count here to make sure we know how many cards that was.
Yeah, for real. Looks like thinking about where we're putting this traveling merchant, we could put in the Zon Warrens as well. Yeah, it's just, again, when the numbers are so precise in this, like just the 1 might difference can make the difference between holding and conquering a battlefield. So
yeah, for sure, especially with a deck that has access to things like Bushwhack, Fight or Flight, Ride the Wind. Those numbers, you really have to play around every one of those options and seeing what the statistically likely way of getting around it will be.
Yeah, so it looks like instead we decided to play the merchant at the battlefield. We're moving the ram up there too, and we're going to just pass with 4 resources of runes open.
So Daryl at 2. It's passing over to Orlando at 3.
All right, we're going to start with another trove, and we are just going to pop it. So, being able to just get a discard or draw 1, ramp 1 is pretty nice. All right, we're going to play a hopeful, since that is we do have the Legion effect. We're going to play out the merchant as well.
Developing that back line to make sure we have some forces.
Yeah, again, sometimes the movement for this deck is a little particular, so just having like a card that you're able to move into another battlefield if you need to is going to be really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, 3-3. Passing back over to Daryl on that hold on the northern battlefield. Going to have 11 runes. Am I counting that correctly?
I think you are. So we've got, again, even though we're not in the obelisk game, we've been, the tempo's been a lot different. We've got a lot of patience here, but here comes that bushwhack here.
We go, big dice time.
As the first card we've played, and looks like we are playing a big 5 for the Thunder song here. That is a scary, scary card.
All right. Bryn, Mr. Thundersong coming down. That also includes hidden cards.
Yeah.
It can't be played. So where are we going here?
Looks like we're going to move the merchant back to discard 1, draw 1. Unironically, it's moderately trivial to play at a Raza from this spot, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards, I think, in our trash right now. We've got another merchant move as well, which can get another card there. Stack deck will just, or not stack deck, or any of our call shots, anything like that can put more cards in the trash, and then also recognize more cards played for the turn, so we can get like double ram, double Raza, something ridiculous like that because of just how many options we have available to us.
Yeah, I mean, that's 16 might at the bottom here and a hidden card. So I don't think Orlando reacted with the hidden card. So I believe no battle tricks here, but 16 might still really large on the bottom. Going to need to have an additional at least 12.
Yeah, and there could just, if depending on what it is, right? If it was Bushwhack, I think you got to play it because you got to recognize that you're going to lose it. If it was Fight or Flight, you might have wanted to use it just to get back a battering ram. So I'm a little bit surprised they decided to not use it. It might have been a switcheroo, but I don't think, do we even have that in the deck? I don't believe we do.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, so I'm a little surprised we didn't just activate it because I feel like we're going to be losing something anyways this turn. So maybe save a unit if we can.
Yeah, I mean, could be some mind games here too,
Mm-hmm.
Could be saying, hey, I want you to show me and waste that card that's there.
Fair.
I want you to back some might out of that unit so I can take it over.
Yeah. So I believe we've got about 8 cards in trash, if not 9. Again, these merchants, these Zon Warrens, all been very good cards to help us keep our trash total high.
Yeah, so that when that traveling merchant moved, that discard was there and that draw as well. So that Ride the Wind got discarded.
Yes.
Is that 9 now?
I think it's 9.
Okay,
Yeah.
So that Rasa would be readied when it enters, and it'd be for 1.
Yeah, but why would you play for 1 when you can pay for none, right? And we can even do some fun math here. So we can put the Thunder song in there. We get to trade with a battering ram, and then it will be the 10th card we need to. So again, some just really good sequencing needing here to get like the maximum value from a deck like this.
Yeah, absolutely. That might be the move.
Yeah,
Hayden.
yeah. I mean, if we've got nothing better to do, let's just go for it. Now, one big difference is that we're not playing a card, we're activating an effect that's already on the board, so we can use the +2 for the Draven there.
Double Rasa?
Double Rasa would be able to tie with a board if it's boosted by the Draven, so that is possible for us.
All right, so I did see him tap the seal and tap a Chaos Rune at the top.
So maybe we might just be 9 cards in our trash currently.
Yeah, this is a pivotal point here because this is going to use a lot of resources and end up changing up the battlefields.
Yeah, and again, every time we try to fight this copy of the Draven here, we got to really respect, the +2 that it's getting afforded.
Yeah, so we do have that Rasa coming down. It looks like it was for the 1.
Yeah.
Arrow did end up tapping the rune at the top. Oh, and here comes a Vi.
Yeah, okay, so that's a difference maker for sure. I mean, this could be an all-or-nothing play. How many cards do we have in our trash? So you can go up to 12 with the cards that are currently there. So if you're able to recycle 9 cards, which we should be able to have 9, we can get there. Only issue is that that's going to be everything, right?
I'm not seeing Mr. Big Dice there being upticked as well, so I want to make sure that we're keeping track of that.
Yeah, well, at this point, we're tapped out, right? So we know Ram is likely not making an appearance, but looks like 4 cards there, so 7. So that will make it to 13. And we're not going to be overextending from there. So we're going to go 13 to currently 10, which they can also make 12. But that doesn't really change the outcome here.
Yep, and no battle tricks on Orlando's side. Mr. Thundersong was played this turn.
Correct, yeah. And we got 5 left in the trash here. So, we're going to get rid of what looks like the Raza here. Going to have 6 in trash. There goes the Fight or Flight, which, again, could have been a decision on if we wanted to save something outright.
Yeah.
No perfect decisions here, I think, on that one. But, because it did offer, you had to still respect the bigger power on board. So, you got to figure out what's the most important resource for you.
I think that's exactly right here, Hayden. I think he was saying, if you have it, you have it. If you could get there, you can get there. Show me that you got it.
Yeah.
And you also have to know that Daryl used a lot of resources to make that happen, like a ton of cards went back underneath the deck. The graveyard or the trash is just not as filled to get some of those other free and valuable Ross's out there for free now. That could be the swing that Orlando needs to make up for it,
Yeah, so we're going to start off with a Detonate here. And it looks like we are going to, I believe we detonated the gold, so not even losing the seal here. We're going to move the merchant there.
Yeah, Orlando having a giant stack in his hand.
Yeah, and making it bigger with the scrap heap.
All right, here we go with the Noxious Hopeful. Let's see what that hidden card is. I think the decision is Fight or Flight here. Which unit do we want to move?
Yeah, and
tough choice, because if that Vi moves back, it does have a really, really great ability to just come back in with a big might next turn, but choosing the Noxious Hopeful, saying, I don't think you could come back in here this turn.
Yeah, and I think we got the draw. I might have missed it. We did win a combat there, so we would have gone a draw off the... Oh, boy, and we got the Ride the Wind there. So Third card here, moving the hopeful here.
Had the answers for that one.
Yeah, get another draw, get another point, get a discard draw.
But Ride the Wind, such a strong card, and only one of in the decks.
Yeah.
So making Orlando use it here
And they
could be good.
For the record, they could be playing more, but but there have been so many times where it's such a good tool to play against like a likely hidden fight or flight, right? Sure, push me back. I'm going to be active anyways. Push your own thing back. Cool. I'll walk my own guy back anyways afterwards, so I'll be safe. Just really forces like some really good combat numbers.
Oh, those were some key cards that we saw. That's going to be a tough decision here.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it was Bushwhack and
It's a called shot. I mean, just a lot of cards to get whatever they needed.
yeah. Looks like for 3 and recycling 1, likely in Ezreal.
Yeah.
There it is.
Ezreal's coming down. We know that's probably going to be that called shot.
Yep. And I think only, 2 cards in hand currently for Daryl, so not a lot going on here.
Yeah, and there's that called shot. Fight or flight. You got battering ram. Man, Orlando knowing and mapping out these turns exactly. He knew everything that he wanted to get off of that called shot, and I think he got it. I mean, just throwing down those battering rams for such a reduced cost.
Now, for the record, I believe they're all at the base, right? They're not at the Zon Warrens. So
no, they are not.
That is like at least a little bit of hesitancy there. Like, hey, at least they're not going to 6 points next turn, or they got a really chunky, hard to get rid of battlefield. But it looks like we do have the detonate off the scrap heap. So drawing 3 off of that, really nice.
All right, Mr. Big Dice back in the middle of the mat here. That was 1 card. Yeah, replenishing that hand so easily.
Yeah.
Daryl was down to 2 cards.
Yep. Now we drew for turn and then spent one of them to draw 3. So I think we've got 5. So likely playing another Trove and Detonate. So we've played 3 cards this turn, and it's another draw 3.
Wow, and channeling a rune exhausted.
And we've got double Merchant, and we've got double Warren likely conquers here. So we're cycling 4 more cards, I think.
Yeah, that's why last turn I think he was saying, you know what, I don't care if I recycle these. I'm going to fill this trash right back up.
Yep. So going to go over into the Merchant, going to get us another draw 1 from the Legend effect, going to get us a gold gear token, and then going to get a discard 1, draw 1. Going to be the stack deck to draw 1.
How stacked does your hand need to be to discard
Yeah.
a stacked deck? Whew. Let's see. All right, that's got to be over 10. I mean,
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, and we got 2 traveling merchants and a battering ram. I'm going to do a quick might check here. That is 9.
That is 9. Yep. So
probably going to go down to that southern battlefield though, so they can get that easy point up to 6, discard a card, and draw another stack.
yeah,
deck.
another stack deck. Yeah.
Saying I want to make use of my runes a little bit better.
Yeah, and then so that was for the movement, and then we got the conquer. So we got another discard 1 for another draw 1. Discarding a called shot. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah.
Oh man,
Drawing is useless now.
I don't care about what's left in the deck. Oh my goodness.
All right, using a seal here. And maybe paying 3, so maybe an Ezreal.
Okay. Called shot. That is a Rasa. Great card to pick up here. Couldn't see what that second card was, but understood why that called shot went. He already was holding another one. Probably going to make use of those Rasas and beef up some battlefields here.
Yeah. All right, thinking on our next play. So again, I think we've played a good amount of cards already this turn.
Yeah, usually when Mr. Dice
Goes away,
off,
yeah,
it's
it's
above 5.
It's
right?
above
Yeah.
5, yeah. The reduction ceiling has been hit.
Man, such an interesting mirror match, this one. You can clearly see it really is just about value.
It is, yeah, sure is.
Get your engine going. Make sure you don't mistake what you discard. That's huge. Make sure you know exactly what you're putting at the bottom of the deck. Continuing to generate bodies and have the math done well.
And we're looks like we're just passing from there.
All
1,
right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think the math is simply I have 6 points. I can bushwhack for game next turn. I'm not going to overextend. You can do as much as you can. You're only going to be able to start the turn at 7 points. So
There's that Rasa.
a double Rasa. So 1 to the bottom. Pretty trivial
Another
stack deck.
Rasa.
But yeah, okay.
Whew, okay, that's exactly
2,
what you need to see.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. Not too shabby.
Let's go win those easy combats real quick.
Yeah, another draw.
Yep.
Looking at cards through trash real quick. Just asking for numbers. I mean, we both know each other's hands almost completely, so and decks completely. 4 cards left in deck.
We got to be careful here if you're Orlando. If you draw more than what's there, you are going to end up giving a point to your opponent.
Yeah, and so the other thing too is Draven is a non-conditional, right?
A non-conditional, because you
As in
should
you
stand
have
on
to
that.
you have to draw the card when you win a combat.
Oh yes, correct.
So I mean, if you've got enough weenies to keep going into a big board, you can make them draw like 3, 4, 5 cards, right? Every combat you win, they have to draw a card. So there are some like weird conditions that if you are a little bit too efficient with your card draw, you can be in a really tough spot.
Yeah, I think this is where Orlando drops that Vi or a Last Rites. We haven't seen that from his side
Sure,
yet.
yeah.
That'll help you make sure that you're putting stuff at the bottom of the deck. Might not be too much of a worry from his side if that's the case.
Yeah, so it's a it's a very, if you don't have those, it's very tricky because then you do have to be really worried about that kind of deck out condition that can be presented.
Yeah, I mean, 2
'Cause
cards left in deck with a fat hand like that. He's got it.
He's probably have it.
He's
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
All right, let's do a quick mic check real here. Right. Let's see. Battering Ram, Ezreal. Probably going in there with 13 against the Draven here.
And looks like we're going to fight or flight our own Draven back just to protect it so we have some more power next turn.
Yep, got that draw. Okay. There's that second draw. No cards at the bottom of the deck. 2 and 1 back. Is that a bushwhack? Nope,
Oh,
it's the
Vi.
There we
Okay,
go.
yeah.
All
And
right.
then now becomes the likely couple minute decision. How many cards are we putting back? What cards are we putting back? What order are we putting them back? With Vi doing it 1 card per turn, it's not a recycle of like all the cards. It is 1 at a time. So you can decide, okay, these are the cards I want 1 by 1 at the bottom of my deck.
If I'm in this position, I definitely want to, grab it.
Here, yeah. Shouts to the judge there.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
The uptick begins. Yeah,
All right. Was that 3 total?
3 total so far.
Okay.
Stack deck. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to just grab back whatever I want.
Yeah. In case I remember, the order is technically randomized at this point. It's a little trivial.
Yeah, and Vi is just, you can activate it as many times as you want.
You can,
so
yeah.
You can do that, stack deck, put something back. I mean, you could even put that stack deck back and just keep drawing through your cards, called shots, doing all that. I believe the top card that he put back was called shot, so you get to pick what you want.
And if we get a card in this game that says deal 1 damage for every card that you've played this turn, right? Like these numbers can get so large.
Is that Magic of the Gathering burn?
Yeah.
All right. This is this is the key turn.
It is. I mean, this is potentially the last turn, not only for this game, not only for this match, but for the weekend for Orlando here. So we got to make sure we do the sequencing that we want. We've got, until the heat death of the universe time-wise for what we're wanting to do. But double Raza here, adding to the might total of that Northern Zon Warrens.
Beefing up that northern battlefield, saying, "Don't come here."
Yeah, this is my Warrens. And I think it's 7 points to 6 now. We're hiding something at the battlefield where the hopeful is at.
Yeah, I think Orlando's hoping to just keep that battlefield on the southern battlefield here, keeping some up for some battle tricks.
Another Raza.
Yeah, beefing up the northern so you don't even consider coming up there and then double holding.
All right, we've got 4 left open here. We've got 2 Chaos Runes and 2 Fury Runes. We've got 1 hidden, and let's see what Daryl can do. So what Daryl really needs to do is that he has to try to conquer both battlefields, especially since Orlando at that 7 points right now. If he holds one of them, he just wins the game. So first Bushwhack has to come down, and I think that's just going to be the immediate play. Like that goes without saying at this point.
Agreed, agreed. Yeah, and we see it right there. Gold token being generated, exhausted. Double runes here. Double Rasa.
All right. So, I mean, those will immediately bully the other Razas as well. We're going to rebuke theirs. We're going to, push it back.
There we go. And that's an easy conquer right down there.
Yeah,
Moving
so
the Traveling Merchant. Discarding and drawing. Let's see if Orlando's going to let that through.
Yeah, so discard 1, draw 1, discard 1, draw 1 with the Zod Warrens as well.
Okay. Yeah, looking like going up there to trade one of his Rasas.
But again, this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, you kind of have to be worried because, again, yeah, we're just going to lose because of deck out at this point, right? We're just going to lose by one going in, it seems, and or we can just there's just a lot of different ways. So Daryl ends up winning this one.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations, Daryl, the victor of the Coastal Series 10K.
Yes.
All 10K on that line. What a fantastic game and really, really great. Even if he didn't win, his deck was shining today.
Mm-hmm.
There was so much representation. It got put out there. I mean, in the top 2 tables.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it really shows, their knowledge of the deck for sure. And, just the power of, so much interactions, your power totals get so high. It's really hard to interact when you get so many like Razas, the additional copies of like the battering ram, right? For just paying for 1 or less, like that just ends up getting a lot of power. And the Bushwhack just lets you go for game.
Oh, Bushwhack.
Bushwhack,
Truly
yep.
the MVP. I honestly thought it was going to be Mr. Thundersong.
Mm-hmm.
We've been seeing him all weekend.
Yeah.
But man, oh man, Bushwhack, being able to create those plays worth so much power. Rasa coming down, battering ram coming down, all these things, just reduced cost. Amazing.
Yeah, definitely. So
amazing.
That's going to be it for our coverage for this weekend. We really appreciate you guys hanging out and checking out. Shouts to the Booster Box for not only running this event, but also for hosting this live stream, everything about it. The entire stream team as well has been working really hard for this one, making sure that it looks good, and we're all happy to be a part of this.
Absolutely. Everyone here did such a fantastic job. Shout out to our players as well. Big ups for Orlando and Daryl making it up to the finals. Thank you so much. Like you said, Hayden, to the Booster Box. And want to put a quick plug in. The Booster Box is also hosting another Riftbound Coastal Series, another 10K here, right at the same Hampton, Virginia Convention Center. It's going to be Saturday, June 6th, and Sunday, June 7th. We are all looking forward to you being there.
Yeah, and this is going to be Unleashed meta as well, so there will be a lot of new cards to play with as well. It should be a good time.
Looking forward to it, Hayden.
Yes, so I think that wraps it up. So from us, thank you very much. Shoutouts to also Josh for joining us for this weekend as well, right, who had to head out towards before the finals here, but really good cast. Love to meet you all and be part of this, and had a really good time.
Absolutely, Hayden. Looking forward to seeing you again.
Definitely. So that's going to be it for us. Thank you for watching, and we'll catch you at the next one.
See you later.